What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, everyone? Another episode of the Halftime Coaching Adjustment Show. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. I'm Coach Edd, and this is my brother from another Philly Halftime, and we're here to bring you episode 4 of the Halftime Coaching Adjustment Show. So before I really start diving into it, I'm gonna check into with the chat as well as with my brother. How you doing today, Halftime?
Doing good. The work's kicking my ass, but on the weekend, man, I just sit here and I talk my stuff with you and do my shit on the YouTube. But my body's just trying to get ready to get beat on again for another week.
You sound like an athlete, man. So, but let me check into the chat. Next shift, what's up, brother? Turn it on, turn it up. We have some exciting news we're going to talk about a little bit later. Star Wars 99, Phillies are the first team to 40 wins. Yes,
Yankees are right there too. Star Wars.
Yankees are up there. We got our 40 wins. So exactly. So right now, make sure everyone, you know the routine, man. I mean, this stuff is free for you, and it really helps us. Make sure you subscribe, like today's episode. When you subscribe to Philly Halftime, Coach Ed Gladney's Amazing World of Sports, the Hardcore Sports Network, make sure you hit the subscription button. So this way you know when new content is posted, and everyone share on all social media platforms. It really helps us out. So we appreciate all the support from everyone. So, what we're going to do today?
Share it out. It'd be awesome too. You guys got all different kinds of media.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be awesome. You guys share it out and help us build this new channel.
Exactly. So, and we're doing it together. This is a family thing. That's how I look at it. It's a family. That's how I like to look at it. So, but we're going to dive right into it. Some of the sports talks that we want to talk about, and we actually going to start with the Major League Baseball. Many things that are going on in Major League Baseball. We're going to talk a little bit about the standings. Where teams are right now. We were just talking about the Phillies. The Phillies right now in the National League, they're in first place, 40-18. They're actually 6.5 over Atlanta. So they're definitely, Philly's definitely doing a great job in terms of pushing it.
Atlanta's going down because they got their number one hitter is done for the year, and their number one pitcher is done.
All right. Next shift. Yeah, you're right. But remember, mine is I'm the sexiest fat man too. So I gotta have that fat man in there. So
you gotta have fat man in there.
What's up, Mitch? Thanks for tuning in, man. Really appreciate you. Oh, come on, don't tell me that's my son. That can't be my son. Is that Raul? That's my son. Let me find out. Thanks, man, for tapping in. I really appreciate you. Yeah, one of my foreign players, I call him my son, so I love him to death, man. Great man. So,
nice.
Atlanta has a ton of injuries. So, like Halftime was just talking about. So, there you go.
Sexy fat man alive. Yeah, there you
go. Finally stress-free. Yes, Mitch. I know you are.
He's been saying that for a while now.
All right, so that's my son. I love him to death, man. His son's great job. They're doing a great job raising, and y'all watch out for his son, Ramir Rivera. I'm telling you, young, developing into his own, about ready to get into high school. Very smart. His father's equally as smart, and his older brother. So definitely a great football family. So
nice.
Eric Lovely last night. Nola pitched well. Sosa has a bat. Braun and Marsh have the hustle, and even Cassie is getting along right now. So thanks for tapping in, Mrs. Halftime. So you really appreciate it. So thanks, bro. I really appreciate it. So
nice.
Stressing me. That is stressing. Mitch is stressed now. Oh man, I feel you, bro. I feel you. So
He's
get
crazy.
back into the baseball scene, man. Yeah, the Phillies are doing well out in the National League. So I mean, they're overall, like I said, they're 6.5 over the Braves. It looks like they're what? Ooh, 4 over the. Are they 4 over? I think they're 4.5 over the Dodgers.
Yeah.
So they're doing well, and they're half a game on top of the half the game on top of the Yankees. So I mean, the Phillies are 40-18, the Yankees are 40-19. So and for me personally, I've told halftime these are two of my favorite baseball teams. I'm a diehard Yankees fan, been a Yankees fan all my life. So, but fell in love with the Phillies back in the day with Ryan Howard. So. That I've really been following them, and those are the two teams. If I have my way, they're playing for the World Series. So 2-3.
I really think that it might come. It's probably going to come down to the Yankees and the Phillies. I really think it's going to happen because you got Judge. He's just
Starting to get in the rhythm.
That dude's a machine, and you got great pitching.
So yeah. I mean, and the thing with, like you said, with the pitching, the Yankees have done it without Garrett Cole. I mean, that's their ace, and to be right there fighting for the top of the major leagues, it says, what's going to happen when he comes back and rounds into form. If everything stays the way it is. So, and like you said,
Coach, the Yankees bullpen is good, right? You got nobody, no fan of the Yankees are worried about the bullpen.
No, yeah.
On other teams, and I mean, there's almost all teams have problems with the bullpen. I think the Yankees are the only team that the bullpen is really good.
Yeah, the only thing that you worry
about their bullpen.
I worry about when it comes to the bullpen is overuse. That can happen, as you go, that you get too reliant on your bullpen and then they wear it down come towards the end of the season. So that's my only concern. But yeah, if you can manage it well and use it effectively and efficiently, that, it just continues to be an asset. And yes, you're right, because come playoff time, that's when the bullpen is really majorly important. Your starting pitching, yes, is important, but that bullpen to get you those wins is also important too. So, but I mean, like you said, all the rest of the major leagues. I mean, everyone though is still always looking. The Yankees are looking for bullpen help. They always do. So
everybody's looking for help.
Strider and Acuna are done for the year. Yeah, I just heard about Acuna. I mean, that surprised me. So but again, I haven't been on top of it like I normally would be. So Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Remuto, Brown, yeah. Getting it in. So Earl, thanks for tapping in, my brother. Really appreciate you. One of the phenomenal wrestling live streamers, watch along. And the thing I love the best about Earl, the Earl isms, man. You really gotta tap in and listen to him.
I don't know how he did so, but he got some Earl isms, man.
Yes, exactly. So so yeah, it's some good Earl-isms in there. So, but yeah, thanks for tapping in, Earl. Make sure you tap in the channels with his watch along with Sarah and the Queens of Wrestling. I mean, a phenomenal job. So, damn Yankees are leading the division, and my poor Blue Jays. Well, hey, Randy, y'all got some great uniforms now. So
they got great uniforms.
They just released some great uniforms. So so I just saw that today. Yeah, Earl was a classic. So I just finished watching the feed. Yeah, I was trying to watch along and I didn't see the end of it. So our cool who let me know who won, because I know the Fever were up. Did they end up closing it out? So let me know. So those City Connect jerseys are fire. Yeah, no, I saw it. I did like them. So I'm having the most excellent day. I hope everyone is also. Yeah, thank you, bro. I know you are. So definitely, having a good time. So Angel Reese, she is. She definitely is. Angel Reese is definitely a beast. That's why I loved her. I appreciated her in Maryland. I didn't like her at Maryland because she was going up against my Scarlet Knights. But when she went to LSU, I was just like, okay, the Bayou Barbie, and she fine as hell. Yeah, there's coach. There's the coach. I'm so glad we went. Look, I'm sorry. There's nothing better than the Yankees whites with the pinstripes. That nice navy or midnight blue. Nah, I'm sorry. There's nothing better than that. Nice, crisp, clean. So, but those y'all's new the uniforms are nice. Thanks, man. Fever One. So they got their second win. So, our city cachet. Okay. She leaves. Oh, okay. Didn't even follow that up. So those ladies made the world pay attention. Yes, they did, son. Yes, they did. They definitely did, bring a lot of attention for the rest of the world. I've been following for decades, man. I'm been following the WNBA since day one. I've been following women's basketball back to Cheryl Miller. So, I mean, but I'm old, so I love this. So thanks a lot, man, Earl. Everyone, please continue to just hit that like button. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything, man. It helps us out immensely.
Hit that sub. It doesn't cost you anything. It makes the channel go.
Exactly. So
it builds our channel.
So in terms of the overall standing, that's where we're at right now. With the Yankees leading in each division, starting in the National League East. You got the Phillies in first place. In the Central, you have the Brewers. The Phillies are at 40-18. The Brewers are 34-23. And out west, the Dodgers are 36-23. And each division, the leaders have at least a 5.5 lead over the second place team. So, that's really showing me that, what, the way it's going, as long as these teams don't have any serious injuries, those might end up being the three division leaders right there, and then everyone else is fighting for the scraps. I mean, what's your thoughts on those teams right there in the National League that are leading?
Coach, I don't remember ever there's this much of a lead from the top to the second to the third. They're no more tighter than this. In baseball, I mean,
especially to start,
and just in the start, this is just now starting. We got a lot of baseball.
No, exactly.
It's normally a little bit tighter than this. It should we shouldn't nobody should be up 6 games already this year. But I mean, if the top leagues keep on pulling away the way they are now. The Yankees or the Phillies, you know what I mean? And I think you're right. I think it's going to be the top notch. They're going to be the top ones.
Now,
and everybody else has just got the scrap.
Exactly. Now in the American League, you have the Yankees at 40-18, the Guardians are at 38-19, and the Mariners are at 32-27. Now the Yankees have a 2-game lead over the Orioles because the Orioles are at 36-19, but the Guardians and the Rangers both have a 4-game lead. So, other than the AL East, if you look at the rest of the league to start, I mean, you're talking a minimum of 4-game lead from the first to the second place team. So now again, there is a lot of baseball to continue to be played, but usually you look in the first quarter. The first quarter kind of tells you how the game is. I mean, how the season is going to fall out. So. Whether you're going to have some tight races or do you really see some teams really starting to distance themselves as we go along? So I've been watching those Guardians. I mean, the AL Central has always been one of those divisions that, it really doesn't intimidate, not even intimidate. It doesn't scare you. I mean, let's be honest. It does scare you, and it's always usually Cleveland, maybe the White Sox, if they have those moments, and also the Twins. Those three for the past few years have always been one or the other rotating, as far as I remember, leading.
You're right. And they've been always rotating.
So, and it's it's intriguing. I'm liking what I'm seeing in terms of the baseball. I mean, I haven't really been deeply involved like I normally have been because of everything else, especially now with the women's. But I've been keeping my eye on it a lot more, and I really like what I'm seeing overall in terms of baseball and the excitement. I know some people don't like the clock, the pitching clock, and you know what? Who wants to sit and watch a game 4 hours sometimes, with baseball? If you get in 2 hours under a little bit over,
Yep.
That's good. That's
2-3
good.
hours.
I mean, what's
I don't
your
like
thought?
the pitching clock, but there's a reason why I don't like the pitching clock.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it's a head game.
Okay.
Between the pitcher and the batter.
Mm-hmm.
Chess piece. You're taking that away. It's, hey, I'm trying to get in that guy's head.
Mm-hmm.
Where this batter is going to get mad at me.
Mm-hmm.
Because, first of all, if I keep on throwing at the first base, trying to pick him off, that guy that's waiting to be pitched to, he's getting frustrated. He's getting aggravated. He's getting antsy. He's wanting to just swing at anything now just to get his friggin' try to make something happen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of my reasons. But because and the batter is trying to get in the pitcher's head. You know what I mean? As soon as when he's about to pitch, he steps out of the box and calls timeout. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I don't like the pitch count. But it's because it's a head game. And you're trying to take that out.
You know what? In sports in general, it's always about that. To me, I mean, it is always about a head. It always is a mind game. I mean, you like when guys trash talk. Larry Bird was the best, one of the best at. He'll tell you, where you want me to shoot it from? Hit this three, and he'll shoot it right there and turn around and walk away. And you're like, damn, I had some great defense on him. Same thing with that. I get where you're going in terms of that. It's just that, to the average fan, and I'm one of those. I'm not as deep into baseball as I am other sports. So yeah, I kind of do want it to 2 hours. All right, I'm cool. Right. 4 hours, man. Unless you're at the stadium, once it really starts, unless you have an outstanding pitching duel, and usually if you have a pitching duel and they're getting it and it's a low score, it's going to speed up because they're really going to, get the batters out 1, 2, 3 for the most part. So that's different, but it's not going to be a 4-hour baseball game. That's what I hate. I'm sorry, I do. It loses me, and I'm like, all right, I'm turning on, and I don't like being like that as a sports fan. I don't like being the type of sports fan that I'm turning things off. After starting watching it, I want to stay through to the end and be invested. Like I normally do. So. But I understand what you're saying. The mind games, though, in sports, that's something that I love. I mean, it's as a coach, look, I'm going to do this. I'm going to, strategize, do this. The opposition is going to say, okay, well, what is he going to do? What, how about this? How about that? So, but I get where you're going in terms of, the pitcher and the batter. But that's the beauty of it, man. It's like the old Ricky Henderson days. Remember, Ricky Henderson will be at first base and he'd walk off a little bit further. And you're messing with the pitcher. That's what you do. So those are mine. I love stuff like that.
I love that. That's my thing, though. Like, you're watching him. He's over there just messing with the pitcher, trying to say, yo, look what I'm doing. Pay attention to me. When he throws the ball to the goddamn batter, it's gone.
But that's the beauty. That's the beauty of. But that's the beauty of. Yeah, I get it, but that's also the beauty of the batter stepping out of the batter's box. Sometimes you're messing with the timing of the pitcher, getting in his head, you're getting him frustrated, so he can give you a lollipop so you can crack it out the ballpark or get a runner in. So, I mean, it's a double edge. So let me get back into the chat before my cousin, he got into the WNBA. Yeah, a lot of fans are now. Tommy, man, thanks for tapping in, man. I really appreciate you. Brewers traded Corbin Burns to the Orioles and are winning. Shows that even though you may clean house doesn't mean a losing season. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So, what's up, Nick? Thanks for tapping in, brother. Really appreciate it. Caitlin Clark getting blasted on the court. She definitely will bunk up. Yeah, no, I know that, and we all know that. That's all rookies. Whether it's the men or the women, the rookies come in, they got to bulk up. They're gonna get pushed around. So
she got pushed around pretty good. I just seen some clips on that one. She got like that girl checked her ass. She like went right to the ground.
And we lucky to make the wild card with the Blue Jays. Listen, the NL will tighten up soon. Yeah, Major League Baseball. It's funny how everyone hating on the Stros. We have the ACLS in the chokehold for the past years. Nothing will change. Talk to me about baseball. Another 60 games yeah, Tommy. We'll see about that. Yep. We'll see that chokehold. We'll see. But no. In fairness, I mean the Astros. They've been through a lot, a lot of accusations, so on and so forth, and I get it. So, and I get your chippiness, but as a Yankees fan, yeah, I'm gonna hate. I gotta hate. I mean, I don't hate. I'm not like a lot of other Yankees fans. They hate them more than Boston. I'm sorry, I hate Boston more than the Astros, because I remember the Astros back in the day with the Astrodomes, and they were in the bottom of the barrel. So all right, you got your wins right now. Enjoy it. So
they just listen.
What's up, Chad?
They got caught cheating. When and they don't want to hear about that. They want to. Hey, damn it! What the hell? It doesn't matter. It does. Just a little bit. Can't cheat.
Yeah, you know what they say. If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
You're not trying to win.
So.
But yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm talking to
a good young team.
Mm-hmm.
Baltimore's a good young team.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I mean, they're very young. Are they going to go to the World Series? Not this year.
Yeah, I gotta look at this.
You know what I mean? It's just it is what it is with them. They're a young team. They're getting stronger. They got some stuff going on. They just lost starting pitcher, and I think they lost their closer. So, see what happens.
Hold on, let me see. I just had them. Where's Major League Baseball? There he is. The Astros out west. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, I talked about the Guardians. The Mariners are in first place at 32-27. And the Astros are 6.5 behind the Mariners right now. Yeah, they're sitting at 25-32. So they definitely have to step up. But yeah, it's still early. We all know that. What's up, school, sis? Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Congratulations to your Celtics. Making it to the finals. So we'll see if you guys can lock it in. So it's a Philly thing with Jerry. Jerry was awesome last night. I love Juan Gonzalez, Pudge Rodriguez, Nolan Ryan. Was good to see them finally get a World Series, but after got that on lock, we developed talent. Y'all will see. New skipper takes first half of the season. Okay, like I said, it's coming. I mean, and I understand that. Things can change. As we go along. So, but I wanted to talk about another subject.
All right.
Major League Baseball just included the Negro League statistics into inclusion into what was it? Negro League statistics were included. Major League Baseball players in Negro League Hall of Fame after news that the stats are being integrated into the record books. What's your thoughts on that right there?
It's about damn time. It's about damn time. Because let me tell you, they were outstanding. There's so many records that actually would have been broken back in the day that people don't realize what was happening. Like, so many, how good these athletes were and they weren't getting recognized.
Mm-hmm.
It was just horrible, and they should have been in the Major League Baseball altogether. Couldn't have been 2 different leagues. You know, it just couldn't have been that. I mean, it's just a time, and it was just, but about time it happened. Like these athletes would have broke so many records, and they would have been on. They would have. It would have been outstanding to watch the baseball together like that, as one, not as separate. I mean, I'm actually glad that it's actually happening where the records go on there. But if they just played together, you would have seen like a lot of people would have said, "Oh my Lord, look what baseball is," instead of looking at it separate. Because you had Ty Cobb and all of them, you know. But when you went to the Negro League, they were so much better. Those athletes were better in there. They would have made those teams a lot better. Look at the stats. Look at the stats of them, Coach.
I mean, I can't.
Home runs. I mean, they might have. They could have a guy out there better than Babe Ruth. You know what I mean? The home run in the home run era. You don't know what you have just lost.
Exactly. I mean, you think about that. I mean, I'm looking at one aspect right now. It's talking about. I also love the names of a lot of the players, but Cool Papa Bell. Stat line is 1,202 games played, 126 plus, 325, 394, 446, 1,548 hits, 57 home runs, 596 RBIs, 285 stolen bases, 30.9 WAR, and his major league comparison.
How many stolen bases he just had? Say that word, stolen bases again. Listen to how many stolen bases that guy had back in the day.
285.
That's a lot, guys.
That's a lot.
These pitchers that were actually there, they were pitching 130 damn pitches a night.
Exactly.
And they didn't drink smoothies and all that.
Exactly. Hell, half of them were drinking a beer in between the game. Yeah, exactly. So
in the dugout.
Exactly. So I mean, and that's some of the things that I've come to appreciate. Get to tell me. So Victor just said it. He said Josh Gibson, and I'm looking at Josh Gibson right now. 602 games played, 372, 458, 718 stat line, 808 hits, 166 home runs, 733 RBIs, 40 stolen bases, 38.3 WAR. And they compared him offensively to Albert Pujols offensively and Johnny Bench behind the bench. So I mean, that
pay attention to that guy's RBIs.
Exactly.
That
so
is outstanding. These guys should have been in the Hall of Fame a long time ago.
Exactly. I mean, you can go down the list. I mean, most people say, oh, because of Jackie Robinson, but I mean, Jackie Robinson was part of that era, which allowed him to get into the major leagues, but there were a lot of guys who, they didn't include them into the inclusion part because they probably would have because that's another factor is your attitude. Will you be able to, in the inclusion? But prior to that, yes, like you said, with all the ability, the athleticism, it would have changed the dynamics of the game, and the game probably would have been a lot better, during the 20s and the 30s if you included, all minorities into the game of baseball. Yes. So, but like you said, I'm with you. It's about time. Yes, it is about time. To be honest with you, you had Jackie Robinson, and there were so many others prior to, after him who were included in baseball. Why did we wait now until 2024 to finally include them? Why wasn't this done
that's
back in the
way too
1980s?
long.
Exactly. So, you excellent point that it's about time. So, Tommy, thoughts are that when COVID pandemic hit, all the trillion-dollar companies were going broke, and we had a chance to take over by starting Negro Leagues again instead of screaming, "I can't breathe." Okay, I get where you're going with that. So, I don't agree with trying to separate and if that's what you're saying, Tommy, in terms of starting another Negro League. I'm not about that, because that, if I'm taking it right, that's saying you want it to be separate, and I'm not about that. I'm
No
about
separate.
inclusion. There's great athletes of all races, in my opinion. So
I mean, come on, you look at how there's a lot of even if you go down to freaking get the Spanish
Mm-hmm.
athlete and all, you know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
those guys, they're almost the best pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
And
I
they're
mean,
raised on it. Mm-hmm.
they're raised on it. They're built on it. I mean, they're pushing their head when they're a baby. They're pushing the freaking this ball
Mm-hmm.
around. They've been grown. They're groomed to throw a baseball. That's what they normally do.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't ever separate it again. That is
No,
no
I
separation.
hope, Tommy, I
I
hope I'm
want to see the
misunderstanding.
best of the best right here, all at once.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter the race. I want to see the best. I want to see the best of them all.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see something
Um,
I had, like in my time, I have never seen. You know,
no, I
I
agree
don't
with
want no
you.
loaded bats. I don't want no, I don't want the steroids. I don't want, you know what I mean? I don't want all the thick shit. I want it all
Okay.
regular.
I get what you're saying, Tommy. Now, okay, I apologize, for not understanding what you were meaning. So basically, what he's saying is he wants more minor league owners. So that's what he's
Wow.
saying, separate in that regard. Well, I'm not. I get where you're going. I just will say, I agree with you. There should be more minor. I mean, not Negro League. Sorry, it should be more minority owners. Whether you're
Yeah.
black, whether you're Latino, whether you're from Asia, it doesn't matter. It should be an even balance, because this is as they always say, the great melting pot.
Oh, he's
It
talking
should.
about the owner.
Yeah, yeah.
I
He's
agree with that one. I can
it's
see. Yes, it doesn't matter if you got $1 billion. You want to buy a baseball team or a football team or whatever.
Mm-hmm. If you
Go
got the
for it.
money, exactly,
You
and
got
you're a
the
good
money.
business
Go
person,
buy your shit.
exactly. It's not an NFL. No need. No, but and I'm fine. I'm fine with what he's saying and what he meant. So I kind of figure I know what he's meaning in reference to that, and there's always going to be that debate, because look, whether it's in football or basketball or baseball, it should be more minority owners, because it's a big makeup of the players out there,
I mean, if
which
you don't have the money, then
no, and that's the thing. But what
if you
he's
ain't got the
saying
money
is
and you're like, you're broke as a joke. You can't go buy a goddamn $1
no,
billion team. You're not allowed
no,
to have
no, 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 no. We're
it. You know
talking
what
what
I mean?
he's talking about the opportunity for minorities. If you have the
They should.
money,
They should.
they
Yes.
should be, yes, and that
If they got the
that I
money
agree
and
with.
if you want to go buy yourself a team, then go for it.
Exactly. In terms of that
But
good old boy network, yes, you're right. I'm not gonna back away from that. Yeah, you're right. That is 1,000%. And some people may not like it. It may be an unpopular opinion, but you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we're in America. If you can have minorities running Fortune 500 companies, what's the difference with running a major league sports team or owning a major league sports team? So, but
well,
again,
it is in football.
no, there's not minority owners. There might be one
The
or
dude with
two.
the Carolina Panthers. Any
No,
Indian?
no. He's not Indian. I know you're talking about. No,
Oh,
he's
is it the Carolina
tap
Panthers?
tap. it's not. It's Tepper is the owner of the Carolina Panthers. No, he's always interfering with the team, and that's no,
I thought he was
he's right.
Indian.
No,
I could be
he's right.
wrong.
No, you're talking about what's his name with Cleveland. I think he's Is it Cleveland? No, Jacksonville. It's
Oh,
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Not the Panthers.
yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
No, I got what you mean.
I know I got one of them. Uh-oh. Coach is freezing.
Yeah, I know. I'm freezing. I'm sorry.
You're good.
But yeah, no,
it was Jacksonville.
The bottom line is we need more minority owners across all sports. Period. All major sports. It's time. And it shouldn't be getting to this point. It shouldn't be taking this long to get to that point. And as minorities, we feel like we're being blocked. We're not given the opportunity. But again, you have to keep fighting it. You have to keep voicing the issues, because look, we came from 1947 till now, in terms of inclusion. So thank you, Coach. I knew that's your team. I know you know the Jags, Shad Khan for the Jags. Yeah. But we're going to step over to an issue with one of the players in Major League Baseball, and it's with the New York Metropolitans, or the New York Mets. Jorge Lopez.
They're the worst team in baseball. Everybody told me, nope. Miami. It's Miami.
Jorge Lopez, for those of you who don't know, recently he was removed. The Mets ended up designating him for free agency. There was a situation where, leaving the field, he threw his glove into the stands out of frustration, whatever. Players get frustrated. We get that. But during the postgame, he was asked, do you regret that? And he said no. The underlying was it was said that he said that the Mets were the worst team in baseball. But what he actually said, he was the worst teammate. But still, it doesn't matter. The point being is, do you feel that the Mets are the worst team? Well, you already answered that. You think they are. So, and to be honest with you, living here in the tri-state area, it leaves you wondering, because you have the richest owner in baseball. He wants to spend his money to win a championship, and it just continues with the Mets. I was listening to a talk show yesterday, and they were saying that, it doesn't matter with the Mets. You could have all the money in the world, and it just year after year, change the owners, change the team, change the general manager, change the manager, and they still are mired in dysfunction. So are the Mets the worst team in all of baseball?
I believe so. But going back to that guy, if you watch the third base umpire starting shit with the pitcher, as fans, everybody's going to sit here and blame the pitcher. But just hear me out, entertain me for a minute. Can the umpire be pushing this dude's buttons to be pissing him off so much where he snaps? Because, all right, this umpire's fuck with me. I'm going to fuck with him back. I'm not dealing with his shit. And then the umpire kicks him out. So now he gets mad, throws his glove, and then you hear all the stories of his son's going through a major surgery. He just got kicked off the team because he said the Mets are the worst team in baseball. Which he said I was the worst teammate on the thing. But people are you got the technology now. A little bit of technology can fuck up everything. And boom. Now you got everybody saying, and he's like, I didn't say that. But these reporters are twisting his words around like they always do and say, boom. I said Mets are the worst team in baseball, which they are, but I'm not saying that. I'm just saying These umpires started something with this guy.
And
he might have issues that his son's about to have surgery. So this umpire comes piling on more shit on him. Well, he snaps.
You know what? In terms of that, if we separate it, the first thing is Major League. That's where you have to investigate, and you have to, because fans are fed up with game officials, whether it's baseball, football, basketball. The quality. We expect a better quality.
No, I'm king of it. I'm tell you, I'm one of them. I will yell about the umpires, referees, all of it. I think the fix is in sometimes. I'm tired of it.
And that's the thing.
Just call the right game right down the line.
And that's the thing. You want officials to be fair across the board. Number one, more than anything, I put professionalism ahead of everything else. You are the ones controlling the games out there, so you need to be professional no matter what. Yes, players are going to react. Sometimes you need to, turn your head, look away, and I've seen umpires do that. They've turned around and walked away. They to give the player a chance to calm down and then go to their dugout or whatever the case may be. So if an umpire is provoking the situation, then yeah, that's where Major League Baseball has to step in. This guy now lost his job. He lost his job. In the end, he lost his job behind the actions of someone else. Now, I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. I don't know the full dynamics. But you know what? Everything that I've heard is, the umpire provoked him and he went off. And I'm not talking about bad calls. He's provoking him to whatever the reason, either get a reaction out of him or so he could throw him out or whatever. And now this kid has lost his job. And that's where Major League Baseball, to me, needs to investigate that official, that umpire. If he is the reason then you know what? He needs to lose his job also. And that is where the line comes. You just had one of the worst officials in all of baseball finally retire.
Thank God.
Yeah, it goes back. So yeah, they got to be consistent. Baseball helped kids in the 1980s to grow and get past race, where we were cheering for Bake McBride and Gary Mannix, right? With the Pete Rose and Mike Smith, the Little League teams were integrated teams. Exactly, Eric. And that's the whole thing. Getting back to Major League Baseball. Yeah, I agree with you, Victor. They won't do anything, and most sports are like that. It is.
That's why I always say refs and umpires should be held accountable.
Yes,
they're not.
That's my thing.
Tell them you're fine. Start fining him, and he will start calling the game right down the middle.
Here's the thing: we make athletes, managers, coaches, general managers sit in front of the media and answer questions. Yep. Don't give me this. Oh well, one referee is or whoever like baseball does, and then that's it. No, that's BS. You put all those baseball umpires, football referees, basketball referees in front of the mic also, and let's hold them accountable, like you're saying, like everyone else. We talk about. You said fairness.
Funny. That would be money when there's a bad call. After a bad call, and this umpire, this referee called a bad call, that he got interviewed. Mm-hmm. Yo, why did you make that bad call?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he could stay face and actually be able to fight his way out of it. You know what I mean? And listen, fans will be booing him, and he will be his name will be freaking circled around like he's the worst guy in the base.
Look, I've refereed a football game here or there, different levels, and I've been booed. And I don't. When I'm a referee, I don't care. It's just like as an athlete, I don't care if they're booing me. As a coach, I don't care if you're booing me. My main focus is on my job. So if you're worried about
your job right now.
But see, my thing is this: if referees are worrying about fans booing them, then they don't need to be referees or umpires and out there managing dealing with the game. If you're worried about fans Focus on your job. Yes, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to make bad calls. You know what?
Yes.
Get
You're
up,
not going
get
to
up
make
to the
every
mic.
call going to be right.
Exactly. Get up to the mic and answer the hard questions, just like athletes do, just like coaches do. Answer them. Stand accountable. And guess what? Some of those referees, no matter what, or umpires, you'll start to have respect for them. You'll even give them a little slack sometimes. But when you treat them like they can't be brought to task, yeah, I've always had issues with that. As a coach, I'm telling you, yeah, I'm yelling at referees on the sideline. Yeah, I've said some things that I shouldn't say. You effing suck. I've got my share of flags behind it. You know what?
Right.
But I've also had the ability to address them at that point. Guess what? They reacted. And some referees didn't. Some referees came up, coach, you know what? We missed the call. And if they tell me that, you know what I usually do? I back up. You know what? At least they owned it. They held themselves accountable. Now we can move on. And that's my thing. That's why
if they held accountable and they said, you know what? Sorry, we fucked this one up. We screwed the pooch on this one. Then yeah. Listen,
exactly.
You're human. You're gonna mess
Yes.
up. But guess what? When you go and you make a call that's horrendous, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you kick somebody out of the game, or somebody's out that shouldn't have been out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But you think you are so right that if you don't listen to me, like I'm the guy here. Me. I'm the ref. You listen to me. If I'll kick you all out of the game. Then that guy needs, that's the problem where you can't have that guy thinking he's the number one.
Exactly. So, and Tommy, you know what? The perception is reality. Yeah, because I could see it. I could see it if it's not already there. We already had one referee years ago kicked out for betting, and I get it. Because yeah, it does leave me wondering at times. I'm a fan, and I do wonder. Hey, do these refs are they betting on some of these games?
You had a couple. I think you had it happened in football, and I know it happened in basketball, where refs were actually caught gambling on games.
Exactly.
I mean, I never heard of one about hockey, and I never heard of one about baseball, but you can't tell me it's not happening.
Exactly. And that's the thing. So, with these officials, I mean, that's where I think the major sports organizations need to hold their referees, their umpires, however you want to categorize them, to task and put them out in front of the media, just like everyone else. Yes, it gives us great stories and us as content creators, things that we can, create content for. But as a fan, I'm a fan too. Guess what? You know what? I'm more apt to, if they own up, we made a mistake. Heck, you got replay. Replay says that you're not perfect. So you know what? You're not always going to get it right. So look, don't and the point of also with Jorge Lopez, he loses his job behind the actions of an umpire.
Right.
So that is a problem for me. That is a major problem that I have in terms of referees who sponsor sports activities now in every betting site. No, you're right. The team, the leagues are invested with this. I'm not denying it. Look. Anyone who knows me, I don't like sports betting, because I don't do it, and that's me. I don't like fantasy sports. The logic I get, I just don't accept it. But it also changes the narrative, and it makes the sport enjoyment different for me. So and guess what? Athletes do the fantasy sports. You don't think referees and umpires are doing it too? Yes, they are. They have the inside track. They watch the film, they travel around, they get the reports, they know all that. So, the umpires need to be held to task in the end, just like everyone else. So,
like I'll gamble on sports. I will gamble on football. I will gamble on baseball. I will gamble on I'll gamble on basketball. I'll gamble on anything. Like my friends have been like, dude, you gamble way too much. You don't gamble what you're gambling on. You just gamble just to gamble. But that's the fun of it. But when Vegas can tell you by a half of a friggin' point what the score's going to be, yeah, let me tell you something. Something's a little fishy about that. Because don't tell me that Vegas is over there with the odds and they're only a half a point off. Do you know the odds of having a half a point off of every game that you're picking? You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. And Vegas does it. Man, Vegas is like that. Boom.
That's another reason why I don't get involved in sports betting. Because to me, I mean, throughout the course of time, you're going all the way back to, the early 20s or the 1900s. What is the Black Sox scandal? Yes. I mean, college football,
that was the early 1900s. Yeah.
It's shaving points. Yeah. It's like, you know what? I just can't, I'm not going to sit here and invest money because you know what, to me, it's fixed. Those you'll see me ever do is when the lottery or the Mega Millions hit close to $1 billion or even 500 million. I might do one ticket. That's it. And I'm not gonna go because I've seen people spend thousands of dollars. They get their paycheck cash and then they go and they blow it all. No, I'm not. I can't see that.
I'm not that big of a gambler, so I blow. I got an amount that I can blow that it's mine.
Exactly.
I mean, I got bills to pay. I got stuff to do. I ain't allowed to just go to the game. I can't go and bet $1,000 on a team. I have done it, but I won't do it. I don't do it a lot. It is you got to pay bills and you got to hey, if you got some play around money and you want to gamble, I get it.
See, that's responsible. That's responsible. Exactly. Yeah. That's being responsible. You say this is the amount I'm going to spend. Whatever your pockets. If you have $1 million you can afford to blow, then hey, I don't begrudge you if you have it and it doesn't hurt you. If you say $1,000, okay, I don't. But I've seen people who you're cashing your paycheck, and then going to the lottery and blowing. And that's where my issue is. Like Tommy is saying, it's a fine line where we're talking about where they're setting the net.
People like you're saying, Coach, spending the whole paycheck. They make a freaking all this money and then they're calling up like, dude, my wife's gonna kill me. I spent my whole paycheck. Exactly. I need to borrow some money. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, dude? You gotta be responsible too. Don't go crazy thinking you got the world by the gonads and you're gonna the fix is in. They know the odds. Or if you go gamble at the casinos. You know what I mean? The fix is in. They know something that you're not knowing.
And Tommy, yeah, you're right. In essence, gambling is, just like playing the stock market. Everything is a gamble. Opening your own business. Opening your own business is a gamble. That's life. And I get it, and I'm just saying for people who want to go out and like we're saying, you get your paycheck. You're not going home and handling your bills. You're going thinking that's going to get you some money, some fast money. Come on now, like you said, bet small, lose small, win big. Okay, yeah, I bet a couple bucks. If I lose, it's just a couple bucks. I can afford that. Right. I'm not sitting here. I can't do a couple $100 or anything. No. So. What?
Yeah, you didn't know that, Coach?
No.
Yeah, that's why Jordan
went to baseball.
That's why Jordan stepped away from basketball and played baseball.
No, I knew he went because my understanding was he went out of respect. He said the NBA made Jordan retire.
Yes,
because it's top old money.
Yeah, because he was gambling so much, and they were going to suspend him for a year or two or something. So he stepped away so it would not hurt his legacy, and
No,
went to
he made the
baseball.
choice. Yeah, Jordan made the choice.
They had an understanding. Basketball, NBA, and him had an understanding. He stepped away from there for 2 years because he was so bad with gambling that he went to baseball. But you know what the problem was? He was gambling when he was doing baseball.
That part, yeah, I know. They all do. Him, Barkley, they all do it. I get it. You know, they love to gamble, and you
But
know
that's
what?
why he stepped away and went to baseball because he was gambling so bad that they were going to say, "Yo, you were going to get in trouble for like 2 years where you can't play anyway." So he said, "All right, I retire. I'm going to go play baseball for 2 years. And I'll come back and boom."
Quick update for any USFL fans out there who follow like me, because I got the game on right now. And Michigan is in the second quarter leading Birmingham. They just scored on a long touchdown pass. They're up 16-6, and then now they're just going for a 1-point try. So, and did they get the 1 point? No good. So, but that right there is a big thing if you follow the USFL, because Birmingham has been dominating, but they're starting to fizzle down towards the end of the season. So, and this I think is for the number 1 seed in their division. Whoever wins this game will be number 1. So it's going to be interesting. So, but getting back to baseball. So, that we were talking about the officials, we talked about the referees, talked about the teams. So right now, this week, how confident are you of the Phillies in terms of, you know, continuing the hot streak that they're doing, they're having?
Now, the Phillies lost 3 games, and then they or 2 games, and then they went back to winning again. They're not going to win every game. So, but you look who they got to play and who's in front of them. Yeah, they're going to go back to another 5-game, maybe a 6-game winning streak.
Let's see. They're hosting the Cardinals today and tomorrow. Then they host the Brewers on a 3-game and close out next week with the Mets.
Now, the Brewers, I think, they're going to win like 2 and lose 1. You know what I mean?
What about the Cardinals?
That's probably going to be like, so they'll have like another 4-game winning streak and then lose 1. And then you got the Mets. Mets are worst team in baseball. We'll probably sweep them again. We're probably going to sweep them.
And for me, with the Yankees, they're continuing. They beat the Giants yesterday in San Francisco. They have 2 more with the Giants today and tomorrow. Then they come home for the Twins next weekend, a big one where they host the Dodgers. So you know next weekend is going to be a big series,
right?
You know, in all
so
of
you're
baseball.
Going to sweep the Giants. What do you think? Bring in
I think the next 2 games they're going to. I think they're going to split the 2 games with the Giants right now, coming back 2-1 off of that. I think it's going to be a 2-1 in terms of the Twins. And the Thursday game concerns me because it's right before Friday they host the Dodgers. So it might be that they might, you know, especially if they win the first 2 against the Twins, then it's going to make me think that, okay, well, you know, they're looking ahead in terms of that. I mean, the Twins are not an easy. I know everyone always says that Yankees always seem to have the Twins numbers whenever they play them. You know, the Twins are at 32 and 25.
The stats say they do.
Yeah, I know. I get that. I understand that. So what I'm saying is, you know, I'm not expecting a 3-game sweep. If they win 2 out of the 3, then I think that's going to be.
I think you're going to sweep the Giants, but you have like a 2-1 against the Twins, and then the Dodgers, where you got to worry about.
Yeah, the 3 games. It's just 3 games against the Dodgers.
3 or 4 games, right? Is it 4 games?
Yeah, it's 3 games. They Friday, Saturday, Sunday before they go to KC after that.
So that's going to be hard.
That's going to be a big one. The Dodgers is going to be a big test, you know, to see where the Yankees are overall. So, you know, and out of the week, you know, if we can end up, you know, like you said, if we can get to 2 and if we can lose 2 games out of the next 7, then it's going to be a good week for the Yankees. It's definitely going to be
that'd be a real good week.
Exactly. So especially with the Dodgers, if they can get two out of those there. So, but with that, we're going to close down in terms of the talking about baseball. We're going to move on to the NBA, and you know what? I'm gonna come back to the NBA.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about what for us old guys.
Oh shit.
We're going to talk about the favorite movies from the 80s and the 90s. Yeah, 80s and the 90s. So some of you guys are going to be like, huh? What does that have to do with most of us? Or I was just born during that time frame. So, yeah. So anyone who knows me or has access to my Twitter page or X page, however you want to categorize it, I was thinking about late last night, early this morning, a movie that I think has been always underrated, and it goes back. Even my oldest daughter, she loves it, and she's in her mid-30s, so she loves the movie. I think my middle daughter was watching it too, and she likes it. But it's called Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck. So yes, it's a movie that it's silly, a kind of goofy type of thing, but
funny as hell.
But it's funny as hell, man. I just love that movie. And basically, Howard the Duck comes from an alternate universe that mirrors what we have today, where they're the dominating species. So when he comes here through some type of portal that scientists opened up through going through some type of telescope or whatever, and he ended up here landing in, I think it was in Cleveland. It was in Cleveland.
I thought it was Cleveland.
Yeah, and he meets up with a beautiful girl, Leah Thompson. Anybody who knows her knows. Yeah, Leah Thompson was a hottie.
She was a hottie back in the day.
And he ends up befriending her ultimately. And there's a scientist who gets possessed by some demon or whatever you want to call him, monster, who wants to bring his minions over here to take over this universe. And ultimately they battled him and stop him from coming through. But again, that's one of the movies that I loved coming from the 80s and the 90s. I could sit here and go on and on and on with so many different movies, so I just wanted to talk about that. Oh man, I love Weird Science. Yes, man.
Got bras on her head.
I'm sorry, Kelly LeBrock, man. Yo, oh my gosh, man.
They do. These Alabama was like, they do that a dial, and they're making it friggin'. They hook it up to the computer. They got bras on their head, and they're going woo wah woo wah. She comes out of her friggin', and she explodes and comes out, and they're like, "We did it! We made a girl!"
Yeah, exactly.
His size was awesome.
It was, man. They were, and these two dudes were in high school, and they were
high school.
They were the geeky types in high school, if you want to say. And she made them famous and had the popular girls who fell in love with them. I mean, there's a scene where they're having a party and these bikers come in and tear up the house, and there's guns being drawn, and they end up pulling out guns and threatening them. And I mean, it was just like, but I love the part though where she turned the brother. It's that blobby, whatever.
Yeah, I'm like, never a big blob. He's a blob of shit. He's like,
yes,
and he's all farting and all. He's like,
exactly.
He's like, you stink. Like,
wait a minute. He got like that because remember he found the grandparents in the closet. They were frozen. So it was just, oh my gosh, that movie was just like
classic.
Awesome. So the Goonies are another one. Oh, Happy, that was one of her all-time favorites, man. She loved the go. Like I could sit here and go on and on and on.
I can
There's
go
so
on and
many.
on too, man. They were classic movies.
Exactly. So, and that's the thing that I appreciate, from that time, that era. So, and my daughters, like my middle daughter, thank you, Eric. We really appreciate that, man. My middle daughter, she was in performing arts in high school, and she's the artistic one. But she's the type who really loves movies, like her mother in that regard. My oldest does too, because her and her mother used to sit for hours. I mean, they have they had the full I on VHS. They have the full Disney series. You name it, they have it from the 80s and the 90s, if not
Used
earlier.
to have it. Used to have it all.
Cinderella, all of it. We still have it in the storage locker. But um, my middle daughter, she's the one who got into, and she talks about acting in such a way, the connection to the role, and so on and so forth, and how it engages and draws you in. And she's a great actress. Like I've always told, I said she needs to get back into it. She's good at it, but she connects with it. With even if it's before her time, she'll watch it and she loves it, and she'll talk about it. And she talks to me like we talk about movies from the 30s and the 40s.
Yeah.
I'm like that. But we sit down, we break it down. She's like that. Music is the same way with her. Like, I mean, she was talking to me about it's in Cab Calloway, and I'm sitting there looking at her. I'm like, what are you? She's talking about Tommy Dorsey with the big band. I'm like, Essence, how do you know about? I just love it, and that's the thing that movies, even from the 80s and the 90s. There's so many that had throughout the course of time that what's that one where Tom Cruise is a high school football player in Pittsburgh, breaking all the rules. I think that's the one.
Yeah,
That's one of the ones that I love. That one, and another one that I love is it's stupid. It's Wildcats with Goldie Hawn, with Wesley Snipes, Woody
Wildcats,
Harrelson.
man.
Yes, so it's like I used to
You know what a
sit in
great movie is that I think is underrated? See No Evil, Hear No Evil.
Yes, very much
I
so.
think it's so underrated.
Yes, it is. It is so underrated. And the way that it captivates you. I mean, the action that's involved with it, and that's the other
Blazing
thing.
Saddles.
And
That
that's
was a
the
good
other
one.
thing for me. And like my daughter tells me, she's like, Daddy, sometimes you need to step up to the times. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But I'm like, today doesn't. And then that's where we talk about it. I'm like, today doesn't grab you from the acting perspective. A lot of times, if you have some digital graphics or certain things of that the aspect, it'll draw you in. But when you get into pure acting, and that's the thing, and that's what I like about movies from that.
Yes.
48 Hours.
Yes. 48 Hours.
Beverly Hills Cops with Eddie Murphy. I mean.
Yep.
All of them. Yeah, you're right. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Yes, it was definitely a good one, Gregory. Thank you for that.
Yeah, Gregory, what's up? Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. It was a classic. That was funny. It's like back in the day, it was more of the actors.
Yes.
Now it's about, watching these. It's all the graphics. It's all, if you go watch, everything's, all the graphics are way better, but it's not, the actors are not as funny. They're not as entertaining as back in the day with Eddie Murphy and, all them guys. It was just Steve Murr and, Dan Aykroyd. You imagine if we had, back in the day, if they had the graphics now, the technology you have now, Coach, like this is how bad it is. Now they don't have, they can't make a movie. They had to mess up all the classic movies. Ghostbusters, they were doing Beetlejuice, redoing all these movies because you have nothing. You know what I
But
mean? Blues Brothers, great
that's the
movie.
thing. It's like, when I think about, a lot of the movies from that time, from that era, you're right. Nowadays we do have to, we do see where, yes, they're trying to bring back, and I get to bring it back. But you know what? Bring back, I look at movies from the 30s and the 40s, and I'll sit and I'll watch them, and I love it. I love watching Maureen O'Hara, back in the days. I mean, don't get me started about that era. But, if when I think about, the 80s and the 90s, I think about, for example, Spike Lee with a lot of the movies that he made, starting out with
Yep.
She Gotta Have It. Most people don't understand the importance of that movie. First and foremost, that was when he first started, and he made that movie using all his credit cards. It was a low budget movie, and it ended up making him a multi-millionaire. Think about The Color Purple, Malcolm X.
Yep.
Also inclusive in that. Harlem Nights. The
New
level
Jack
of
City.
Please, New Jack
Dude,
City was.
if we had they had the graphics, then they had when they made New Jack City, dude.
Exactly. It's just, New Jack City, and it's also the introduction of those actors into mainstream, so, and that's the thing. It's, we look at, now you're seeing a lot more black actors inclusive during that time, it just really broadened, for me, it broadened the perspective in terms of watching films, now in terms of film and media. Man, yeah, I'm feeling, okay, we're included. Everyone loves Eddie Murphy back in the day, whether he was doing his Raw routine, that Raw stand-up comedy was classic, or whether he was into the movie scene, you could see them, see what they're doing, again, for me also, one is School Days. School Days introduced a lot of actors who I would watch following one of my favorite TV shows, A Different World, and it introduced.
Different World was awesome. I love that
yes.
TV show.
But you go and you look at that, and if you go watch School Days, you're going to see Dwayne Wayne, Kadeem Hardison is in there. You're going to see Jasmine Guy, who played Whitley Gilbert. Tachina
Sinbad
Arnold,
was in it too, wasn't he?
Sinbad was not in that movie. No. It was Lawrence Fishburne. Lawrence Fishburne. He was in there, who was a popular actor. So, but again, the movies from the 80s and the 90s, for me, really helped not only broaden my perspective, but make me feel like, as a black man, I'm feeling more inclusive in this country. Now, I understand that's not the full reality, but the perception sometimes is the reality. And, looking at all of those, like I said, all the movies that I was just talking about, the Goonies, let me see, the Mighty Ducks,
Mighty Ducks,
Airborns. How many of you guys remember the movie, The Kids? I mean, that movie was just so, again, I could sit here and go on and on about so many, Ernest Goes to Camp.
Ernest Goes to Camp was that dude was just hilarious. It was just stupid funny.
Yes. Pee Wee Herman. Most people now, I know we had his issues later in life, but back then,
he only had one little issue. He's okay.
Yeah.
He got stupid on us, but come on.
So it never should
I
made
agree
no
with that
gangsters
one.
at all. You got to get tattoos and guns and
Coming to
stuff.
America 2 should never came out.
Yes. Don't Be a Menace to Society. School Days and Living Colors. Yes.
Yep.
Scarface. Was Scarface in the 80s or was that the 70s?
I thought that was
no, it was the early 80s. No, I think it was the early 80s. No, yeah, it was the early 80s. Yeah, good one, Greg. You're right. Goonies for Lifetime. Exactly. Yep. We could sit here and we could go on, but the importance of these movies, for me, it just brought so much.
Man, those actors brought the movie to, like you said, where you were like, all right, I can get into this one, and you know, it was.
Exactly.
Now it's more about the graphics. If you ain't got enough graphics, I'm not watching it.
But that's the problem with. That's why a lot of movies like I just can't get into it. I can't.
And Fast and
Like
Furious was the first one was in Fast and Furious was good, but then you bring in all these car chases, robbing banks, flying in the ice, and taking out a submarine. Like, come on.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
So now there are some that have graphics and the amenities, special effects. I get it. Like Speed was one that I loved.
Speed was a great movie.
Yeah, I love that one. It really drew me in. I admit that movie drew me in. All of it. Plus, on top of it, it had a great storyline. So again, with the acting, you got to have with movies. For me, yeah, if you want to be goofy and silly, at least I know it. Then I can say, okay, the storyline is stupid, but I can follow along and I can enjoy it. But if you're really being intense, you got to have the good storyline. So
right. And then that's why you can have another Speed, like Speed 1, Speed 2.
Yes.
After that, you got crazy and kept on saying, "Oh my God, I can still go with the speeds." No. Because now the storyline's not there no more.
See, I mean, there's so many. Officer and a Gentleman. I love that movie. Here's one that is my all-time favorite, and kill me if you want. I don't care. I love Pretty Woman. I love even the storyline.
Come on.
I love the storyline. Yeah. Come on, man. Come on. A multi-millionaire picks up a prostitute on the street. First of all, he don't know how to drive the damn car. He picks her up. She knows how to drive the car. She knows everything about cars. So once I was like, yo, this chick knows her stuff. But then,
he knows how to drive the cars. He's like, you're mine. I bought you.
And then she takes him, and then he's like, teaching her. See, that's the thing. It's like he's teaching her how to grow to be a woman. And then she ultimately, she got her money and left the business. But ultimately, she left the business because she wanted more for herself. So that's why it's like, and I get it. Most guys are like, yo, that's a chick movie. Yo, bro, first and foremost, any dude who's picking up a prostitute on the side of the road in a car like that, I'm sorry. Like, yo.
They're saying it was a girly flick, but it's really not when you got a prostitute getting bought by a man.
Yes, exactly. So Goodfellas, yes. What does Miss Ed? There's only so many times you could tell the same stories. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. So, and that's the thing about movies in the 80s and the 90s. There were some that
what was that, Coach? What was that movie with Andre the Giant?
Oh, I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, and
Princess Bride. Princess Bride. Remember when Andre the Giant was in this one?
Let me look it up.
Is it?
Hold on. I'll tell you. Andre the Giant movie.
Princess Bride. I know Andre the Giant was in it. It was Princess.
Andre the Giant movie.
This halftime keeps on saying the Princess Bride.
No, it's not Conan the Barbarian. Is it Princess Bride?
That's it. People say that is a girly movie, but that's one of mine. You want to go girly? That's one of mine.
Andre the Giant, Hulk Hogan, Ted DiBiase, Randy Savage were all in this. Wait a minute. No, that's not. No, that's not it. What is? Oh my damn! My phone is aggravating me now.
I think it's called Princess Bride. Guys, got to check that movie out. That was pretty cool. You want to go girly?
Was Billy Crystal in it?
Yes.
Okay, then that's the movie. So I don't know about that one, so I'll have to check it out.
Watch that one. If you want to say a girly movie, like I don't watch girly movies, and so that's the girly movie I like.
I'll be honest. I've watched them in my lifetime. Look, I raised 3 daughters. Come on, you don't think I sat down and watched movies with them? So listen,
My wife makes me watch. My wife tries to get me to watch our girl movies.
So
Breakfast
Predator,
Club
yeah.
was a great movie.
Predator, the first Predator, the original.
If you got the
Next
original
shift,
Predator, yes. After a while, they started getting out of hand.
Yeah, no, they started getting out of hand. So next shift said Princess Bride.
Yeah, Princess Bride.
Getting on the board of directors, he made Wrestling Super Hollywood, bringing old wrestlers back. You know what? Old wrestlers were always coming back in my life, unless I force. Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
She does force me. Don't get it wrong. She does force me.
Wait a minute. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Hell yes.
Classic.
Hell
Classic.
yes. What's the one where what's her name was
they
were in high
what was
school.
that girl's name? That girl was hot. No.
What's that Cappy's movie too? They were, oh my gosh, she would kill me if she were here. She'd be so upset with me.
Summer School was a good one.
Yeah, but these were the kids who were in summer. They were in school, and they were after the 10th. Was it summer school?
Oh, that's the Breakfast Club.
The Breakfast Club. Yes, that's it. Thank you. Yes,
that's a classic.
That's a good one too.
What was the one where they lost when you lost your driver's license? Driver's Ed? Is that was it? You ever watch that one?
Doesn't sound familiar to me.
Driver's Ed. I think it's Driver's Ed. There was a group of people that just lost their license and they had to go to school for it. And it was these cops that were they actually issued all these tickets and made people lose their license, and then they had to go teach them how to go to driving school, and that was funny.
Maybe that was it. Yeah, well, watching on Laserdisc, it was interesting. Yes.
Yes.
Watch it. It's very. Where is it? Getting bumped up. Yes, it was. Watch it. It was just. It was that to me was the start of the HD era, if you want to say, because it was just the quality, and it was special to really do it. How true, Mrs. Halftime. Not many sequels are better than the original. Yes, you're so right. Weird Science, Revenge of the Nerds.
Revenge of the Nerds was a good one.
Biggs, yes, Tom Hanks and Biggs.
Yeah, Biggs was awesome.
Porky's.
Porky's is original, dude. Porky's the shit.
How about Police Academy? Now, the Police Academy, I'm sorry. I know they went with so many different ones, but a lot of them were, and some of them were the same, but it just seemed like it didn't matter.
Hold on. That, you know why that was so popular. The actors. Yes. You know what I mean? The actors in there. Neil was good in that one? No.
No. That you're talking about.
What was Hightower?
Yeah, is it Deacon? No, not Deacon Jones. No, I know you're talking about. I know he used to play in the NFL. I know who you're talking about.
Yes, he used to play in the NFL.
Police Academy. Speak it, Ed. Police Academy, the movie.
Forget his name. He used to be a football player.
Bubba Smith.
You know, picking up cars.
Yes, Bubba Smith. That's who it is. Yes.
That's it. Bubba Smith.
Yeah, you're right. Watching one half of the movie in one disc and then switching over. Yes.
Yes.
But like I said, it was just also the quality. The program, yes, that's one of the greatest. See, and the thing about it is, and most people don't realize, like, if you see it now, like the intro was changed. Like the intro part was, they were actually laying in the middle of the road with cars coming past them, and they had to cut it out because they were afraid of people going out and doing the same thing. So I'm with you. I love the program, man. I love when that lineman
steroids put his head through the window.
No. The offensive lineman. The offensive lineman who's yippee-yi-yay, but then he's like, excuse me, while I go down the field and celebrate with my teammates, we just scored the touchdown. So yes. So Moonstruck, See, Cappy was a big Moonstruck fan. All the Hills Cops. You're right, Greg.
Those were good. That was a good TV series.
Going to the store and renting movies. You had so many. First, you started with what is it? What's the one that went out of? Oh, damn! What's the different movie? Yeah, Blockbusters. But then you had there were so many ones that were branching off from them. Like when I was a manager at Pizza Hut, we had one right next to us. It was they had two franchises, but they had so many movies going in there. But yeah, It was so many, and yeah, you would sit there and you're going through and you're looking at all the movies and I like this one, whatever. You even had your little adult section. There was the adult section. You had a little section. It was cordoned off. You had the flag so kids wouldn't go back there. But yeah.
Dude, hold on. Wait. Check this one out. Coach, what did they have blocking the adult section? They had a sheet.
Yeah, they had a sheet.
What you do was move the sheet a little bit.
No, but there were some.
When you were a kid, what did you do?
Oh yeah.
Keep your head around the sheet.
Yeah.
Daddy's in here.
Yo, let me tell you something. There were so many kids who were doing that, and their moms would come and see them, and then all of a sudden you hear, and then the kids screaming, "What are you doing in there? You have no business. Keep your head out of there." So, and then you have some of the guys in there, and they're like, "Oh, no, I didn't do anything." It was hilarious, but yeah,
that was the most common. Dude, I used to go there just to watch that part. Watch this.
Butterfly,
Which one's gonna do it?
Beat you to it, yeah. Thank you, Butterfly. As always, one of the greatest supporter from all of us. Hit the likes up. We appreciate you. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button to each of our channels. Philly Halftime, Coach Edd Gladney's Amazing World of Sports, and the Hardcore Sports Network. Make sure you hit the notification and share on all your social media platforms. It really helps us. Hey, it's free. What's one of the best sayings? Hey, if it's free, it's for me. Well, There you go. So, but hey, Butterfly, hey Curtis. Short Circuit.
Help us build our channel and make it stronger. We would appreciate it so much.
Yeah, Short Circuit the movie. That was a funny one.
It's my favorite. I even tell my son to this day about Short Circuit. We'll be playing the game, and I'm like, I'm Johnny Five. He goes, who the heck's Johnny Five? And I got this little robot that he looks like Johnny Five. So I call him Johnny Five. I'm like, all right, I'm a kid with Johnny Five. Son's over here like, I don't know who Johnny Five is.
Yeah, Butterfly, Redbox.
He won't watch it.
Redbox, yeah, we remember Redbox. They did the movies and then.
Hold on, what was the Redbox one where he was on the mafia in the mob with the with Eddie Murphy?
Oh, you're talking about Harlem Nights. You're talking about Harlem Nights with that.
Harlem Nights.
No, Redbox was.
They had their own little mafia thing going on.
Yes. Redbox though was the one where you would rent a movie and then you could drop it back and put it in the
Redbox.
Yeah, but yeah, that one and Harlem Nights was funny. Look, you know what scene I love in that and through all of it was the guy who fell in love with the prostitute and called his wife. He was like, "Hey, honey, I'm not coming home anymore. Have a good life." Click. I was just like, yo, that's cold-hearted, yo.
He got no balls to do that.
Yo, he's just like, and all she just wanted was the money, yo. I'm like, yo, bro, you didn't realize, understand the game, son. She just wanted that money. She's an actress. She's performing for you. So, man, but yeah, that was a great movie, man. The Harlem Nights was definitely a great one. So that sounds cringy. Had to hide those. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you had to hide those movies. So let's go 6 likes for. Yeah, let's get those up. Really appreciate everyone there. So thank you.
Me and Coach was talking. There was a classic. It was another one that a lot of people don't know about is Dr. Jekyll and Hyde together again. if you go back and you find this, you can go on YouTube or, TikToks. They got some shorts. I mean, this friggin' movie will have you laughing your ass off. It was a comedy. It was making fun of Dr. Jekyll and Hyde because they were, that was supposed to be that's supposed to be scary and all. But this is a comedy. I love comedies. I just go with the comedy. I just love all comedies. I like when a movie is making fun of another movie.
Exactly. Yeah, Tommy, you started strong like he won the lottery. Children of the Corn. Hey, what about the Halloween series? Now, I'm sorry, the Halloween series, I could watch them all, man.
I love Halloween.
The Halloween, the one with Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
And what's the other one? Because it was 3 of them. It was
what was the series with Freddy Krueger?
It's Nightmare on Elm Street.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the 3. It was Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, and who was the third one? Because it was always all those 3 guys who would go around murdering people. So Michael Myers was Halloween. Freddy was
Michael Myers. Jason, right?
Jason, yes. Thank you.
On the mask.
Yeah, Jason, Michael Myers. They both wore masks. But yeah. Children of Corn. It was
They were good horror. They were good horror movies.
Yes. See, I love horror movies, man. I mean, I'll go back to the 70s. I'm gonna be honest with you. For those of you who really want to see a really scary movie, watch Salem's Lot. Watch Salem Lot from the 70s. I'm telling you, man.
That's a good one.
It's a vampire movie, but it's going to have you crapping. It's literally, man. It's that scary. If you love scary movies, and that was in the 70s. They ended up doing a series from it.
I got one for you, Coach. You ready for this?
Go ahead.
Tale from the Crypt.
Yes.
The Crypt.
The Crypt.
Dude, how many times they use oh wow, I gotta stop everything I'm doing because the next episode of the Crypt Keeper is coming on. You stop what you're doing to watch that guy.
Yes, Mrs. Halftime. Critters was definitely Critters, Tremors. Those were some good ones. Nightmare on Elm Street. I wanted to ask next shift because you said the original Mummy. Are you talking about the one from the 1930s? Because
no, he's probably talking about.
He's not that young. He's not that old. I don't think
he's talking about that one. I think he's talking about the one.
I think it's the one in 1980s or 1990s.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Massacre. Yeah, that was
That's a good one. So, that'll scare the hell out of you.
Was it Jeepers Creepers?
Jeepers Creepers, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I can sit here and talk now. See, here's the funny thing. You hear me talking about all these movies, and yes, I was going to the movies back then when I was younger, but in the I just stopped going to the movie theater. I'm like, nah, I can't do it. It's just not for me because the movies aren't it anymore. And I get it with the surround sound, the big screen. I'm just like, nah, it's just not, and for me, in North Central Jersey, there is one movie theater we all used to go to. It's Perth Amboy, right there on Route 9. And they had 20 different movie sections in there. When the movies were coming out, Killer Clowns. What's it?
Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
What is that? Is that it? Is that called it?
No. It's a whole different one. It was a different Killer Clown. But Killer Clown from Outer Space. Remember, it was the clowns that came from outer space, shot the people up and put them in cotton candy.
Yes, you're right. Yes. So The Exorcist. The Exorcist is the 70s, but yes, that's a great horror movie.
Here you go. My favorite. Exorcist is my favorite. Scary movie. If it's Halloween, What I'm watching is The Exorcist.
Now look,
And
you
I'm
want to know
watching the
what?
original one.
I can do any scary movie. I'm cool. You know, there's one movie, and you know what? It's not really. It's scary, but it's not a horror movie, and it's actually Jaws. Like there, it's the reason why I don't like going to the beach anymore. It's like I'm petrified. I'm not gonna lie. I'm petrified of sharks. I'm
I
petrified.
know. So am I.
I'm like, look, I'm a big fat guy. I'm dark meat, so they gonna love my ass first before anybody else.
I'm a fat guy. I'm like, I'm fucking juicy. I know that guy.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
He'll
So
eat
it's
me, and then he'll bring me like thinking I'm freaking a whale. So I ain't going in there.
I could do any other scary movie, but yeah, Jaws. I mean, I could watch it, but it just like it has me.
But
check
here
out
you
the
go.
movie.
Jaws is actually a true story. It was off of a true story.
Ooh, cool, Joe. Yeah. Now, how is it a true story?
Because there's actually a shark, a great white shark in New Jersey, actually attacking people. So it was sliding up and just like people would go on the beach and go swimming, and he would attack. And then he would go so far up the North Jersey coast, this one shark. It was actually like a true story. I mean, they got out of hand with Jaws.
Yeah.
But it was actually, they got the idea from a great white shark that it was on in New Jersey attacking people. And then it went up to like the coastline, sort of up north New York.
Okay.
Right? Where like the George Washington Bridge is, and went into that area and started eating people. Yeah.
Never knew that.
That's what Jaws actually, but they went out of hand and said, all right, well, he's going to Florida. And he went all over the place. You know what I mean? But it was actually from Jersey.
And you know what? Because Jaws was actually in Long Island, so it makes sense then.
Yes.
Because he was a sheriff in Long Island. So yeah, but yeah, I used to love going to the beach, and then that came out, and I was just like, I don't want to go to the beach anymore.
That came out, I was like, no, bummer, staying out that water.
Nope. Yep, that was me. Dawn of the Dead, yeah. You know, my favorite scene is, I want to eat your brains. I love that movie. The Addams Family, yes.
Addams Family was
awesome. But I'm more Randy. Next shift, I'm more the actual TV show from the '60s than I am the movies. You know, so
Lurch, the real Lurch.
What's her name?
He didn't say it anywhere.
Exactly. And what's her name played Morticia, the first one? What's it? Jen Jones, the actress.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like yes.
Right.
Annabelle.
I'm gonna get out of hand, but Elvira's my girl.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, Elvira was sexy as hell.
Elvira, listen, I'll leave my wife for Elvira. I'll leave my wife for some Elvira. I was like, that's your girl. I'm like, yep, Elvira, yep.
Elvira was sexy, man. Yes. Curtis Jones, yes, you need to watch it. But yeah, they got out of hand with the Meg. You know, the Meg was like, I saw it, and then the other one where all the Shark Week. I mean, I love Shark Week. Don't get me wrong. I'll watch Shark Week, but it's like I
love watching Shark Week. I'm like, I'll watch a little bit of it. I'm like, all right, I'm not enough.
Yeah, no, I'll study, and I'm fascinated by sharks in itself. Like I'll tell you, like bull sharks. Like I don't mess with rivers either, because bull sharks, like people don't realize, bull sharks are available in salt and fresh water. Any other shark, no. Bull sharks can, because you were talking about Jersey back in the 1918? There was a shark attack in the Matawan River, right outside Matawan. And it was a bull shark that attacked a couple of kids who were in the river swimming. And that, when I heard that, I was just like, man, you get them all over the place. So it's like, I don't do that. Chucky, Gremlins, man.
Gremlins was a good one. Chucky was awesome. Yeah, Chucky got out of hand though when he had to get married, and he got a
yes.
Boy, he been like, come on, dude, like, come on, it was child's play.
Yeah, Child's Play, Lethal Weapon. I love to see the different series with Lethal Weapon. I have to
Yes.
really. So, Drag Me to Hell has to be with. It has to do with curses, deep Latino culture. Okay, Amityville Horror, and that's in
That's
Long
a good
Island, but
one.
that's from the 70s. My dad has her tattooed. Oh, he has
Dude,
Elvira
I'm telling
tattooed.
you, man, listen, anything that has Elvira in it, I was watching a TV show. I seen a TV show and had Elvira in it. I stopped everything I was doing. Like, yo, my girl's on.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah,
She ain't
Friday
been
the
on TV
13th.
in a while. She on now. I'm like, all right.
Now you talked about what is it horrors what you call from the crypt with the crypt
Hell from the
keeper,
Crypt.
Tales from the Crypt.
That was
Don't.
remember that was the Crypt Keeper, and he was actually like a puppet.
Yes, he was
But
a
it was
puppet.
dude, that dude was creepy. And he would just tell the story.
But what about this one? Tales from the Hood.
Oh, Tales from the Hood. That was a good one. Is
Yes.
that's the Leprechaun one, right?
No, that's the black version where they're in the hood and there's the ultimately there's these three guys who are doing bad and the crypt keeper eventually gets them together. Once you see their different stories, like one of them ends up showing his story, and then right before the end, you see he's getting killed. Like the guy comes up and walks over him and shoots him in the head, standing over him. But then ultimately the crypt keeper gets them once he reminiscent about their stories. And then they eventually see that the crypt keeper actually is the devil. Ends up transforming. He ends up transforming into the devil. And you see them and they're like, ah, and then they encased with fire. But it was basically the black version off of that. Ouija board.
What was that Leprechaun one?
I'm sorry?
Remember the Leprechaun one?
Yes.
I forgot what the name of it is.
What's up back there?
Leprechaun?
Yeah, a Ouija movie.
Hey, look at me. My little movie star has it pushing me out the way.
Oh, Patrick Swayze, Dirty Dancing in Row House.
Yes.
Hey, I'm going to really mess with you guys then. What about Patrick Swayze, Wesley Snipes, and John Leguizamo? Tu Wong Fu.
Oh, that's a good movie.
That's where they dressed up as drag queens, and it was just like, and guess what? That's why I say, people talk about this pause thing. It's whatever. I'm like, yeah, if you could watch Patrick Swayze and
Wesley Snipes and drag queens,
and drag queens, they're straight. They're straight. I mean, I love the part where they were kicking the dudes' asses. I mean, they were beating them up. Yeah, they would act like women, but then when you piss them off, the man would come out of them and they whoop your ass.
Break was a great one too.
Yes. So The Conjuring, Flash Dancing. Man, y'all are coming up with some great ones. Yeah, exactly.
What was the one? What was that one? Hold on. That it was a town, and it was like a religious town. They weren't allowed to dance, and this one kid started up. Hey, your school is going to start going to a dance. We're going to have a dance, and people are like, "We don't dance here. You're not allowed to," because there were so many people that died, and they stopped doing it back in the day. God, it's a classic. Is that what is it? Oh my God, it's killing me.
Candyman and Carrie though were some great.
Candyman was a great one.
Carrie was definitely, even though that's 70s, that was a real scary movie. That taught you not to mess with, the awkward or the.
Randy got it. Footloose.
Okay, yeah, okay. You need to see The Boy in Pinstripe Pajamas, The Holocaust. Okay, Fame.
That was a good one.
Remember my name, Fame. I want to live forever.
Dude. Hold on. I would watch that every freaking. That was a TV series. I used to watch that all the time.
I don't consider Ghost a quote unquote chick movie. I don't
Ghost.
know. Yeah, I don't consider it. I consider it more a romance. Well, I mean, I
It was a
guess.
more romance thing. It wasn't a
No, I
chick.
mean, I get it. I get it. American Graffiti, yeah. I'm
American
dancing.
Graffiti, awesome.
You're a
Wait, what
dancing
was that
fat
one
man.
that made a book of? What was that made one that made a book of?
Zombieland.
Outsiders.
Yeah.
That was a
That.
good movie.
Oh, Lost Boys. I can't remember the Lost Boys, the vampire movie.
My
Is it
my
the
wife
Lost
my
Boys?
wife's yelling at me. Oh, most of the freaking movies are books first. Damn it! You can't never
Yes.
help me.
Oh
The
my
one
God,
you
you
learned
guys are
in school. Damn it!
phenomenal. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I love you. I love you guys. You guys are phenomenal. You're coming up with some and see, guess what? The whole point of all this that we're talking about, all this, is in terms of today's movies. You know, this version, the younger generation cannot fully appreciate these movies because they're used to a certain style. You know, where
Right.
in the 80s and the 90s, I could still appreciate movies from the 30s and the 40s, you know, and
I know
coming
I can.
forward. But you know, they like I tried with my granddaughter to watch some movies, and she's just bored and she just doesn't want, and so I just have to turn it off. And that's the thing because it goes back to the storyline. A lot of these, or most of these movies had a great storyline. The acting, the actors took the words and really presented it in a way that drew you in. You were captivated. You were bought in. So and like I said about Jaws, I know it's a fake shark. I know it is. But it just really got me to the point I don't want to go because the acting and the storyline was there. So
Yep.
and like a lot of you said, like you said, halftime, Mrs. Halftime, a lot of stuff is becoming repetitive. They're not being creative with their storylines,
They're
where
not.
it can really
Drives me
captivate.
nuts.
So it's that's the beauty of movies in the 80s and the 90s, man. I mean, we could sit here and go on. I can see we can go on for hours.
Here's a good one, Coach.
The Omen. What's up?
Ready for this one? The
To the
toy.
future. The
The
toy,
toy.
yes.
Richard Pryor.
Yes, with Richard Pryor. That was hilarious, man. I mean,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, him and what's his name from the Honeymooners? Not Ralph Cramden, Jackie Gleason.
Jackie Gleason.
That
I mean,
was
Jackie Gleason's an icon. Richard Pryor is an icon.
yes.
I mean, these are comedians. Imagine, Coach, the graphics that they have now, the camera work that they have now, than they had then.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm getting at. I'm like, you guys got all this freaking technology now. If the great actors back in the day had this shit now, it'd be unreal.
Great call, Gregor.
Home Alone. Yeah,
Home
Home
Alone.
Alone was
Yeah.
a great one.
Robin Williams in Doubtfire. Oh my goodness. What's his name? Rodney Dangerfield in Back to
Back
School.
to School. Yeah. Rodney
Fly.
Dangerfield was awesome. He was a great actor.
I will say the 1980 version with what's his name was definitely because when he was peeling his fingernails out, and now those are graphics I could definitely appreciate. I mean, and special effects that I now see special effects from that area, even going back to the 30s and the 40s. The special effects were a little bit more. They were more realistic. Well, I don't want to say realistic, but they were more engaging for me.
It was more. You could actually see more when it was the fly and he's ripping off his fingernails and all.
Yes, exactly. And he's transforming into the fly, and the fly eventually comes out. Yes. So yes, the car is a classic one. So but again, like I said, you guys have been phenomenal in coming up with all these movies, and I hope you guys appreciate the fact. I mean, the acting. I mean, all these great actors that we're talking about.
Coach Christine.
Yeah, someone said it earlier.
Christine.
No, I know. Someone said it earlier in talking about Christine. Yeah, I'm going back up. But again, I mean, you guys are phenomenal. We talk about the actresses.
This is what I love. This is how talking about this shit just throws back memories.
Exactly. I mean, you could watch horror movies, romance movies, action movies, I mean, you were talking about what is it? Someone just said it too. I just saw it too. I can't find the Christine one, but they just said one of the most classic ones. Back to School, The Car, Psycho. Yes, Psycho 70s, but yes. With what's his name? Even the Christmas version one, where people say it's not a Christmas movie. Oh, damn, what it is? It's a
Die
cop
Hard.
movie. Yeah, Die Hard. Thank you. The Die Hards. I mean,
You said it was a Christmas movie, but not a Christmas movie. I'm like, the only one I know is Die Hard.
Die Hard. Yeah, it's always a debate.
Movie,
is it a Christmas movie? But is it a Christmas movie?
Yeah, it came home for Christmas and actually seen his wife.
Not. It's not a Christmas movie.
It's like an action movie.
It's an action movie. It's not a Christmas movie.
It was a Christmas movie.
Oh.
He came home for Christmas to see his wife.
No, I know. Night of the Living Dead.
Or Flying By.
Yeah.
It's like Lethal Weapon. Is Lethal Weapon a Christmas movie?
No.
The first one.
I don't know. I
Christmas
don't think so.
Day. Hold on, wait. Christmas Day, the guy runs a car to the
Thank you,
dude's
Mrs.
house.
Halftime. Thank you, Mrs. Halftime. Action movie with a Christmas theme. I'll give you that. Yes. I'll give you that. But it's not, when I think Christmas movie, I'm holly jolly, and it's just a warm feeling inside. It's different. I guess that's
okay. So you don't have bullets flying by you.
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine Santa Claus bringing toys with bullets flying by, or Santa Claus pulling out a gun and starting to shoot people? Hey, that might be a good storyline to
that might be a good story. You got something going there.
Oh man. Somebody said it earlier, Revenge of the Nerds. I mean, oh my gosh, man. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, we talk about the actors, Al Pacino, Robert De Niro. We talked about The Program. What about Any Given Sunday? I mean, Any Given Sunday
is a classic.
I mean,
hold on. What was that one? Show Me the Money.
Oh yes, yeah. With what's his name? Tom Cruise. Damn.
Yeah, with Tom Cruise, and he's like, "Come on, show me the money. Show me the money."
Cuba Gooding Jr. Oh, damn, is it?
Yes.
Oh, damn. What's the name of the movie? It's a football. See, that's the thing.
Any Given Sunday.
No, it's not Any Given Sunday. Any Given Sunday is with Jamie Foxx and LL Cool J and all them.
No, Moneyball.
Moneyball is the other one.
Other one. That was the A's that decided they wanted.
Y'all, come on, help us out. Help these old guys out.
Oh man, hold on.
Feel Good Man. Yeah, I know about that. He was the best movie of all time.
It was. Tom Cruise was in a
Show Me the Money.
Jerry Maguire.
Thank you. And it just came up when I said that. Jerry Maguire. See? Thank you. Yeah, Jerry Maguire was just such a good one. And he's sitting there dancing. Come on, say it.
Come on, say it. Show me the money.
And he's on the phone. Show me the money. Show me.
Jerry Maguire is like, you need an outstanding catch. He makes this outstanding catch, and he thinks he's going to get hurt, and he's not moving, and everybody's panicking.
Exactly. We did it. Yup. Exactly. So, Any Given Sunday, that's the one with Al Pacino where he does the coach's speech minute by minute. I mean, that's one of the greatest coaching speeches ever. I hear it every time, and I want to put on my football equipment and go play football. That's how much I love it. So, Adam Sandler movies are good, man. I mean, but is he 90s or is he more 2000-ish?
He's more,
I think it's more 2000.
Late 90s, early 2000s.
The Waterboy. When did it make The Waterboy?
2000. 2001.
No, 1998.
98?
Yeah, 1998. So it is there. So yeah, okay. Yeah. So good one, Tommy. Yeah, definitely. Adam Sandler movies. I mean, you could sit there and talk about all the different ones there. And you know what? It doesn't matter. Even if it goes into 2000, he makes some good movies. They're funny.
No, he makes good movies.
So, Goodfellas, yes.
Yep, Goodfellas.
But you were talking about what you call it, Al Pacino with "Say Hello to My Little Friend."
Yeah,
Man, I love that. I love that movie. I mean, is the Godfathers are what 70ish or 80ish?
70s.
No, were
Late
they all
70s,
made
early 80s.
80s? I could see, and that's the thing. And the
I think it was like
series,
80, maybe 82, 81.
but see, you could watch all of them.
70
You
what?
could watch every last one of them.
Godfather was 72.
Okay, 72. All right, so it is the 70s. But still, you know what? I still watch every last one of them. So
Still watch them.
So I mean,
come on, yo, the horse in the bed.
Yes.
Cut the head off the horse and put it on the bed. Come on.
See, there you were like, yo, I'm not. You better not mess with the mafia, man. You better not mess with them Blues Brothers. Yes,
love the Blues Brothers.
Yeah, I mean,
that dude was an icon too.
Yes,
we lost him too early, but
John Candy. There were so many John Candy movies that you could sit and watch. I mean, it was. Oh my gosh. What about Curly Sue? I love Curly Sue.
Was a good one.
Yeah. So I mean, and again, I go back to the same thing: storyline and acting.
Yes,
I'll watch it. Don't get me wrong. I love some action movies. Like I watched the 30 action gangster movies. I love those. You know, with the gunplay and so on and so forth. And even I love the 1940s, especially with
I just
World
think it's
War
too much. Sometimes I just think now it's too much friggin' too much friggin'
it's your graphics and
your
so on
graphics.
and so forth.
The graphics is too much. It's like, dude,
it's
like
digital. You can make
now.
Like dinosaurs. You can make, and you could tell that they're digital. It's like it's not. I get it. You get it, but you need a good storyline with it. And some of them now, Deep Blue Sea, I definitely love.
Oh, that was the guy that swam with the shark and all. Right?
Deep Blue Sea? That's where Deep Blue Sea is where they were working in that whatchamacallit, and it starts to break down, and then the shark gets attacks it.
LL Cool J.
LL Cool J, yes. That's
my fucking bird.
Yeah. Bronx Tale. Oh, I love a Bronx Tale, man.
The Bronx Tale, dude, it was awesome.
What's her name?
That's an awesome one right there. Bronx Tale was an awesome one to come up with.
Exactly. So I mean, first of all, it's talking about the cross barriers between interracial relationships right there alone. I mean, that in itself is just like, because Terrell Hicks, also a phenomenal singer. If you don't know, look up Subway Stories. Just look up Subway Stories. There's a scene in there where she is singing down deep in the subway at the payphone because she was trying to get to the hospital and her mother's in the hospital dying. But yeah, she did a phenomenal job with Lilo. What's his name? What's his name? I can't remember. Is it Lilo? Hold on a second. Bronx Tale. Yeah, Lilo Bencato. Lilo Bencato. Goodfellas, yeah. Man, you know what? We want to talk about UFOs. What about Phone Home?
Dan Aykroyd had a good show on UFOs, and he was talking like they're, he's seen them for real. Like it was, that was pretty cool.
E.T. I love E.T.
is a classic.
And then what's the other
one?
I
will say this: if they ever remake E.T., I will. You want to see somebody piss the fuck off?
They better not. They better not. Just remaster. If you want to remaster and bring that one back out, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. Don't remake it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's fine. And what's the other one? You had Independence Day with Will Smith. What's that other movie? What's that other space? Space
Invaders, right? Is that
where they came from outer space and then Do 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 do. Oh, what's the name of that? Oh my gosh, it's space movies from the 1980s.
I remember the one that he was playing a video game with Space Invaders or something, and he actually
Spaceballs.
became like a fighter.
Ooh, They Live. They Live. Do you remember They Live? That's the one where they had to put on the glasses to see the aliens. Where it was
Oh
Roddy.
yeah, with Roddy Piper.
Yes, yes, exactly. So I'm trying to think of that other movie that. Yeah, Space Invaders. Yeah, I already said we already talked about Howard the Duck. Um, Spaceball. Maybe it's the night.
Spaceballs is one of my favorites. I watch that to this day.
Space
I'm
movies
about
from
to
the
watch that
70s.
now after I'm done.
No, exactly. We all do. So, no, I'm tired of the Planet of the Apes, the original ones. Aliens. Oh, we can't forget Aliens.
No, Aliens is good.
I love Aliens.
I love Aliens.
Close Encounters. That's the one I'm thinking of. But yeah, that's 70s. Close Encounters
Close
of the Third
Encounters.
Kind. Funny movie from the past. And no one talks about. Oh yeah, Born in East LA. It's cheesy.
I was born in
East LA. Yeah, I live Vato.
He's just trying to get back to America.
Yes. Born in Blood In, Blowing Out. That action. What you call it? What's his name? The actor. Is it Brian White? Malcolm X. Yes,
Malcolm X was a good movie
with Denzel Washington. We could talk about Denzel Washington. Terrell Hicks song "Silly" like Denise. Yes, exactly, man. K. I love her. Edward Scissorhands. Oh, that's hilarious. I remember.
You want to watch a good hockey movie? Watch Bloodsport.
Bloodsport. Never.
Yep.
Okay.
Twilight Zone.
Okay, you want to talk about a chick movie? Untamed Heart. If you've never seen it, that's with Marissa Tomei and damn, I forgot his name, but they're in Pittsburgh, and she works at a restaurant, and he's an introvert. He's a very quiet guy, and he was an orphan, and come to find out he had heart surgery, and they told him they put his heart in his chest. So they always talked about that, but she was ended up getting attacked by these guys, and he came to her rescue, kicked their butts, and all of that, and they ended up falling in love. But the reason why I was talking about that, because there was this one hockey scene towards the end. She was a big hockey fan, so she took him to see a hockey game, and he caught the puck. You know how it comes in he reached up, caught it, all excited and everything. And then afterwards, while going home, in her car, he ends up passing away. But it can be a little tear jerking. So, but it was definitely one of those movies that I like. So I like Marissa
I never watched that one.
With what's Marissa Tomei and what's his name? My Cousin Vinny. I love my cousin Vinny.
My Cousin Vinny was a good one.
I have 3 cousins. Okay, I don't know that one. Jason X, Jason the 10. Yeah, there's so many Jason movies.
Yeah, too many Jasons. They got out of control.
The Hurricane with Denzel. Batteries not included. Yes.
Batteries not included.
Don't be a menace. While drinking the juice in the hood. Yes. 16 Candles. 16 Candles.
Yep. All right, that was a good one. 16 Candles was a good one. But was that really a girly movie? I like the Chinese guy. What do you want from me?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand.
He's trying to kick me in my nuts.
What's her name? With was it the Terrordome with Mad Max in the Terror or the Thunderdome? Thunderdome, yeah. That's one that man.
Mad Max was a good movie too, though.
Y'all getting me going, man. Y'all get me going. See, we going too far, man. We
I can do this all day long.
Yeah. Old
Stroker
racing
Ace.
nation.
Oh
Stroker
yeah,
Ace,
Randy. I remember
Major
Stroker
League.
Ace.
Yes, Major League. Yes, yes, the
Major
different
League the
ones.
number one.
Yes, I mean with Wesley Snipe and oh my gosh, and he was trying to steal the base and didn't make it, and then
Yep.
Bob Euchre just did just a little. What did he say? Just a little bit short or whatever.
Yeah.
But he was what 10, 15 feet away. So
Yeah,
it's like
remember he
you
was
know,
like, "What did he say? I'm Willie Mays Hayes.
yes,
I
exactly.
handle
I'm
like
Willie Mays
Hayes and
Hayes.
run like Hayes, and
It was more
you're
of a
like
morning movie
you
than a chick
run
flick.
like Jay."
Okay. Okay, Damien, I'll get you with that. So, are you streaming? Oh, streaming tonight. What time is the Phillies game too?
7:30 tonight.
Okay, St. Elmo's Fire. Yes, Hudson Hawk. I remember that.
Boston Hawk is one of my greatest.
Karate Kid. Oh yes, I like that. Was that more 70s? I
What
think that was
Karate
more.
Kid?
Yeah,
Karate Kid was
Karate Kid.
early 80s. I think it was 81.
Yeah,
Right?
84. You're right. I'm wrong. I stand corrected. Good one
They're in
though.
the early 80s.
Still good one. Wax on, wax off. You
Yep.
know, get Carter's Rocky.
Yeah, it is a fucked up thing. Like when we were a kid, we're like, whack on, whack off.
Yes, yes, yes,
Like, what the fuck are you saying?
yes,
It's wax
yes,
on, wax off.
yes, yes. We. That's why you have to watch the movie to see.
You gotta watch movies. Yes,
Can't buy
Caddyshack
me
was a great one.
love. Ah man, see, yeah, see, and then in the '80s, it's still touching the '50s and bringing it all the way down. Man,
Yeah.
I mean, it's in the beginning of the '80s. Also, from me, touched onto the blaxploitation era. I'm a big blaxploitation fan, man. I mean, I love me. I'm sorry, I love me some Pam Grier, love me some Foxy Brown. Like you talking about Elvira. You talked about Elvira. Give me some
Foxy Brown. You like Foxy Brown?
Oh yes. Now yes, Poetic Justice with Tupac Shakur and Janet Jackson. You know, and
that was a good one.
But here's the part that I love.
He was dressed up. He was driving in a mail truck.
Yes. But here's the part that I love about that, where he comes up to Janet Jackson and then she goes to her colleague and he's like, "Oh, she wants to smell my punani.
Yeah.
You want to smell her punani?"
Yeah.
I was like, I felt how when she did that. I was like, yo, I'm done, man. It's a thin line between love and hate. Yes, you're so right. I love that one. Yes, we Stand By Me, The Lost Boys. Yes.
That's a good one.
The Last Dragon, man. When he fought whatchamacallit.
Oh yeah, he was like he had that shit coming out of his hands.
Yes.
If we had better graphics, I would say if they had better graphics then, that's when you need that one.
No, those graphics were perfect right there. The way he was doing it and his hands were coming like that. And then that was because it's not too much. It's not overdone. You know, even if you feel it was a little cheesy.
Yeah, that was a good one. I loved it.
Yeah, I loved it. So Lethal, who doesn't love Lethal Weapon? The Bodyguard. Well,
Bodyguard with what you call it?
Whitney Houston and
Kevin Costner.
Yes, Kevin Costner. What about the baseball movie he made?
Field of
Dreams. Yeah,
that was a classic. That was a great one.
Yeah, that's a classic one too. So, and I love the fact now. See, things that they try and do to touch on, because now they play baseball games in the field that they did that a couple of years ago. I love storylines like that where you're bringing it to the field of sports and reminiscing that. I can deal with that all the time. And how to be a player with Tommy Davidson and Jamie Foxx. Is that that's that one. Money Train. I can't forget about Money Train with Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson and
Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes.
And the other movie for the Wrath. Is it the Wraith or the Wrath? because I didn't understand. Bull Durham is a great one. Yes, Bull Durham is definitely a great one.
A great one.
And see, well, everything you guys are talking about, Charlie Sheen when he was younger as an actor, these guys, were good ones. Yeah, Money
Now
Talk is a different one.
Men at Work.
Men at Work, yes. So and he also has his brother too with it too, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, Uncle Buck. We talked about. Oh, we did not talk about that one. Beetlejuice. Yep. I love when his head got shrunk in that movie.
Yeah, man. At the end, he's like over there. He's like,
yes.
I'm a number one.
Yes.
Like 900 million. And he's like,
yeah, face off.
Like, you're done.
Oh my gosh, Tommy, great one. Blank Man with the other guy. And then the robot, what's the robot was it J5? And when he's crying, and first of all, when Robin Givens kissed him, and he's like,
yeah. He had the glasses with the tape on it in the middle.
No, it was a glass. It was socks. It was socks. He would take socks, cut 2 holes in it, and tie it on his face. Oh man, but it's a J5
coming down his mouth.
Yes. Oh my gosh. And when the robot got blown up and he's crying, what? Oh, I was just like, oh my gosh, man. Good one, Tommy. I mean, look, man, some silly ones, but the storylines was a great. The storylines is what draws me in. And the actors.
You got to give those actors back in the day.
Yes.
I mean, these actors are not nowhere near.
Most of them, yes. Most of them, yes. So. Oh my gosh, Randy!
Like when you watch Batman, you know what I mean?
Ferris.
You're looking at the Joker.
Yeah,
there's no better Joker than the original one.
No, from the 1960s with what's his name, Adam West and all them. Yes, the original Catwoman. I mean, the original Catwoman where it was what's her name what's her name? The black actress too. Oh gosh, oh my gosh, Eartha Kitt.
Yeah.
So, but yes, Greg, a great one. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, man.
That's
and Tommy, Major Pain. And Major Pain with the Wayans.
Go in your ass.
Yes.
You hit that boy again, my foot going in your ass.
What's his name too? His brother. Oh man, what's the other one where he was Shane? I mean that was a great one. And what's is that one? No, the other one where his foot was exploding in it too. Oh my gosh, I can't remember. Schindler's List, good one. Yeah. The Golden Child, the Golden Child is definitely a great Eddie Murphy movie.
Want the knife.
Yes,
please.
Yes. I mean, Golden Child, Eddie Murphy. I mean, that's the point with him. I mean, he's just his comedy is for me. And you know what? It transcends for me. It just transcends, man. I mean,
again, I don't know what happened to him where he dropped off, and started doing the kiddie stuff. But
yeah, I mean, I think he was trying to change his image a little bit. Because I remember there was a story that he picked up a prostitute who turned out to be a man. So, and he was trying to change his Nutty. Oh, come on, man, Nutty Professor. That's, I mean, the characters. I mean, oh my gosh, he just.
How did you do all those characters in one thing and have a good mindset? You know what I mean?
Yes. Here's one for me. It has always been underrated, and it's Colors. Now, if you don't know about Colors, that's about 2 cops in L.A.
Yeah, that's a police officer. Yep.
Yes, and it's what's his name? Sean Penn, and who's the older partner? But the point I'm making, there's a couple scenes in there. There's the first scene where they're coming down to old boy's house, and they come creeping in, and you hear a female in the back screaming, and then they come in and they see it's two of them back there having sex, and they're watching him where he's really taking it to her, and they're just like, and he turns and sees them, and then he reaches for his pants, and he gets shot. Robert Duvall. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Robert Duvall. That part, and then the scene where Wayne is, where he's in the he's high as whatever, and he's just wearing a diaper, and he's talking about, I want my bunny, I want my rat. Was it? I want my rabbit. I want my rat. Oh no, I want my bunny. I want my bunny. So finally, they get a little stuffed bunny and get him handcuffed, and they take him away, and then he's trying to pump on the bunny. I'm just like, yeah, exactly, man. So, man, I just like Colors and the storyline where you have
Colors was a great movie.
Yeah,
I think it was underrated, but I think it should have been more. It was a great movie though, but I thought it was underrated. What was that other one where the guy with the shotgun and he was walking around town just shooting people? Fall Down. He wanted a burger, and
I don't remember that one.
I forget.
Revenge of the Nerds, Players Club. Players Club, though, was Players Club in the 90s? Players Club. Not Fish Club.
Players Club. I don't remember Players Club.
Players Club.
I don't remember Players Club. I don't remember Players Club.
Oh, that's 1999. That's where that's with what's his name? You did have you had Ice Cube in there, Lisa Ray McCoy, Jamie Foxx, Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac, because he was the club owner. You probably didn't see it then. But yeah, it's a good movie. It's a good movie. Has its funny moments. And it's about a players club where the girls are in there dancing. I mean, you want to see some club dancing? Yeah. But the girls are in there fighting. I mean, you really get the inner perspective of being in the club. So yeah, Bernie Mac. What did you say next year? Jumanji, yeah. Dazed and Confused. Shawshank Redemption. Thank you, brother. And yes, man cave, you were phenomenal. Shawshank and the Full Metal Jacket. Man.
That Chinese girl? Whoa!
Yeah.
I know what's going already. When you say Full Metal Jacket, go to that part with the Chinese girl.
I love you long time. I love you long time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, but yeah, Damien, you're right. Lisa Ray was fire in Players Club, man. Yo, man. I mean, she had brothers. You talking about drooling? Yeah, brothers were in the Oh my gosh. You
I have to go look at it. I'd probably watch it, but I don't remember it.
Yeah. So. But oh my gosh, but you know what? We gotta stop, man. We spent a whole lot of time on movies, man.
We spent an hour on this part, I'm good with it.
Yeah, so I want to get back to a little bit into the sports with the NBA. So yeah. Y'all keep going. Y'all keep going in the chat. I'm gonna touch on it.
You touch a topic like that, and it was phenomenal.
Oh my gosh, man cave. Why you do that to me? Why you do that to me, bro? You just brought me back. I know most of y'all don't. Now, this was an underrated Denzel. There's a lot of people who don't like it, but they were down in Mississippi, and she is an Indian girl. Her family owns these little cheesy hotels, and is he a cleaner? He and his brother are a cleaner, but the point is, he and the girl really fall for each other, but it's like a forbidden love because there's no interracial crossover. And it's just like she wants him. They end up hooking up. I mean, there's this scene where she's on the phone, she's covered, and then the sheet starts coming up, and you see her leg, and you see, like she has a top on, but then you see underneath, she ain't got nothing on under there. So now it's like, like if you're sitting back like this, and you see that, now you're like, oh, wait a minute now. Oh yeah, I love that movie. That's one of my all time fave Denzel, along with Glory. I love Glory,
Yep.
and of course, who remembers the Titans? We all that's a gift.
That one's
To
a
me,
great
that's a
one.
gift.
Always remember the Titans. Pearl
Yeah,
Harbor was a good one. I think that was in
yeah,
the late 90s, though, right?
yeah.
I think
Showgirl.
99 was Pearl Harbor.
So
Showgirls was a good one. That was the girl
um,
from
Dream Girls.
Prince of Bel Air. Not Prince
Uh-huh.
of Bel Air.
No, it was
Saved by the
2006.
Bell. Sorry. It was a girl
Yeah.
by Saved by the Bell on Showgirls.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
blonde headed chick, the tall one.
They said I know you're talking about. Her name is Elizabeth too. I can't remember her last name, but yeah, she was what you would call his girlfriend. What's his name? Not Zach, the other one.
Yeah,
But I know you're talking about.
the football player.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, like I said, thank you guys. I got to get back. I got to get because we got to go talk a little bit about the NBA with the playoffs right now. So, it's been crazy. It's been exciting. Watching Boston. I mean, for personally speaking, I was happy they got swept. They got caught with their own thing with injuries, where your star player got, but yet and still, it's okay for them. But for the Knicks, for some people, it's a big issue. So, but
Right.
Boston has shown, and they had injury issues. They haven't had Porzingis the whole playoffs, and they're dominating. Now you can
Yep.
argue the East is a little bit weak. Yeah, okay, fine. A lot of teams had injuries. Philly, New York, of course, Indiana there, Miami, so, Milwaukee, so yes, this is the great time for Boston. They're being led to me by Jaylen Brown. You can talk Jason Tatum all you want, and their other guys are good with White and so on and so forth, but it's Jaylen Brown who's doing his thing and leading that team. And then I was surprised by Dallas. I'm not gonna lie, because I did have Minnesota pegged in after they took care of Denver out west. And
I had Denver beating the Timberwolves,
mm-hmm.
but then I'm like, I think the what you call it? I think all these sports analysts pumped up that young kid from the Timberwolves, trying to call him Michael Jordan. I think it kind of put too much pressure on him. And all he wants to do is play basketball, but you all going to call him Michael Jordan. Like, come on, dude. Like, let that guy go.
I mean, you're always going to get comparisons.
Yeah,
Anthony
but you got to
Edwards.
stop doing it, though, Coach. I think it puts too much pressure on these kids.
Do you not realize Michael Jordan was compared to Dr. J, and Dr.
Yeah.
J was compared to what you called it before him, Oscar Robertson. The comparisons are always there. I get it. We are just tired of it because everyone always is doing that, and everyone's looking for the next Michael Jordan. Now, there are some Jordan-esque traits that he does. Like, I watch his form. His form is almost like Kobe and Jordan. I mean, Kobe was the same way. Kobe was supposed to be another Jordan until he really developed his own brand. And that's what you have to do with Edwards, because like Tommy, where you call him Ant-Man, he's not Jordan in terms of some of the things that he's done, but it's Jordan-esque where he can dominate on both sides, both ends of the court. Most guys cannot do it. You either dominate on defense or you dominate on offense. So I get the comparisons. Yeah, Jordanson does both, and yeah, it's as Randy said, his explosiveness. That part of his game, you haven't seen anyone like that since Kobe. To be brutally honest, he could take you off the dribble, take it down the lane, and throw it down in your face. Remember that dunk where he, came out of nowhere. I get it. Yes, the comparisons, it's too much. That I agree with you. If you want to say, there, like I say, there are some Jordan-esque traits, but I'm not going to sit here and say he's Jordan 2.0. No, it's just like, like people want to try and, in the early ages of LeBron, people wanted to try and compare him. I said, if you're going to compare him to Magic, because 6'8", 6'9", control the rock as bigger guys. Jordan is 6'5", 6'6", and what, 200 pounds, 210 pounds, where, LeBron is 260, 270 pounds. It's different. So, but we as fans, we always try to compare until you get someone like Steph Curry, who, you know what, no one's done that before. So,
Right.
But I get where you're going in terms of the comparison. That's a fair argument. But with Ant-Man, now I was disappointed because I did expect them to be in the championship, but Dallas just showed, they don't have the ability to guard both Luka and and Ant-Man. He tired out, bro. He really did, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just thought the Dallas was going to beat them.
You did?
But I mean, I just think they just put too much pressure on the Timberwolves, even though they're young and all. I just thought they were putting too much pressure on them.
I get you. And as Tommy said, the league is so puppy child, no real ballers. They say it's the most skilled era, but these benches are full of players that can't even average 10 a game. It's sad to see Ant-Man is no Jordan ever. Sorry. Yeah, I agree that this era is soft. I really do. It's not like it was in the 90s where we're used to those physical play. I'm used to guys coming down the lane and they're getting a forearm to the chest. When Jordan was playing, there were rules that were implemented to help his game. But Wilt said it best one time, where they said Jordan helped change the game, and they said no. Wilt said no. They changed the rules to help your game, but they made rules for Wilt so he wouldn't dominate the game. So Michael could dominate the game in his era, but Wilt, they made rules so he couldn't dominate. Because remember, back in the 60s and the 70s, the lane was smaller. Like most people don't realize, the lane was real small, and because Wilt was just so dominant, they expanded it to where it is now. So he couldn't just dominate, and he could no longer sit there and just cherry pick. And that's why he could average 20 rebounds a game. That's why he could score 50 points in a game.
Yeah, they were making rules to stop him from doing what he was doing.
And Jordan, they made the rules so he could dominate in a sense. And they said, I forgot who said it, but they said Jordan, he talks to a lot of players, but he couldn't say anything to Wilt when Wilt said that, because it was true. So I'm not taking anything away from Jordan's game. Jordan worked on his craft and he became one of the best ever. And I'll give it that. Skill-wise, he is. He did fight through a lot of tough moments. Those Pistons teams really used to kick his ass. The Knicks used to really, in the beginning, really get physical with him, which is why he, got to where it became. So, but today's game is no way near it. So I'm with you in reference to that.
The thing I got, my problem is with today's game and then back in the day, is there's no defense.
No, there's no real defense.
That's why I had the Knicks winning it all, because of their defense. They were getting rebounds and they were going for offensive rebounds. If they didn't get hurt, I think they would have won. But then again, I also thought the Knicks players were like soft. Like, I know you're hurt. Are you hurt where you can't play, or are you hurt and saying you just don't want to play?
No, they played, bro. The Knicks, they played through their injuries if they could. Josh Hart, look at what he did. He had that strain and he still came out and played.
Well, which one had a broken hand? And I'm like,
no, he broke his hand in the game 7 and he came out in the third. Was it the first quarter? Or what's it?
I thought it was the first quarter. I'm like, play with it, dude. You're all right. You can play with a broken hand.
It was his shooting hand. No.
I could know, Coach. I use a sledgehammer with broken hands.
But that's different than trying to dribble the ball.
I'm not saying my hands break.
No. But see, you talk about.
You can spin a ball. I can do it.
No, you can't.
I can break my hand, and I can do it.
You can't dribble the ball. You can't control the ball, and you can't shoot.
You got a sledgehammer on some concrete.
That's a sledgehammer, bro. That's a sledgehammer.
Concrete slab.
But what are you talking? You say
broken hands though.
but you're
Come
talking
on,
about
man.
no, come on, halftime,
No,
bro.
come on.
That's shooting a
No. Seriously.
basketball. No.
Oh, come on, coach. A sledgehammer.
Listen,
Have you ever used a sledgehammer on a piece of
yes,
concrete? You
yes.
bam. You
But you're
broken
also
hand and
what
all.
do you wait a minute. You're not just using your hand, you're using also your back muscle and so on and so forth.
Your still
Yes,
hands
it's a
are hitting
different,
that
it's a
concrete.
different, but see, you have to also include a lot of power where the basketball is just, you know what, just get it up and shoot it and get the feathery
Yeah.
touch. But you're not trying to
You don't tell me you can't with the little.
no,
Don't tell
bro,
me go like this. Don't tell
no,
me like this. You can't do it
no,
with a
you
broken hand.
can't.
I
You
promise
it's
you.
different. No,
All right,
you
I'm gonna go
can't.
break my hand. I'm
This
gonna
is the
show
way.
you, coach. Just to break my hand, I'm gonna show you I can do it.
No.
You're gonna be like,
Playing,
damn.
no, listen to me. Halftime. You might be able to do it if no one is guarding you, but think about it. Now, because a player like me, oh, that's his injured hand. I'm gonna keep hitting you on your hand, and it's gonna keep hurting you. I'm gonna be dirty. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be dirty. I'm gonna keep hitting you on your fan. I'm
I'm
gonna
a
keep now.
different breed.
Here's the
I
other
don't
thing.
know.
Here's the other thing. If it's already broken or you have a hairline fracture, you're
Yeah.
now creating it and making it worse. So I get what you're saying. I get the mindset. There's a certain level you have to go to in terms of pain. I get it. I played with
I
two
have
badly
broken my
sprained
hand
ankles.
so many times at work, and you can ask even Miss Halftime. She's like, I'm like, I go to work. I'm like, yo, my hand's broken. They're like, you go to doctors? I'm like, yeah, it's broken.
Bro,
Well,
I
what are you gonna
get
do?
you.
They're like, they go like this. What are we gonna do? They're like, oh my god, what are we gonna do? I'm like, we're gonna go to work.
Look what your wife says. You're just crazy.
Because I'm not. When I say, coach, I don't have a straight finger on my on my hands because I have broken my hands so many times. I'm not saying it's a good mindset. You know what I mean? I'm saying it can be done.
Listen to me. When you
It's
break
like
your
basketball.
hand,
You know what? It ain't that hard,
no.
Randy.
Yes, it is. Think about it. You're controlling the basketball. There's different things. There's different passes. The movement along with it, and then the rhythm of shooting. Anything to deviate. Why do you think? If that's the case, then you don't have to worry about fouls. Why do you think with a foul, if you hit their wrist, it changes the trajectory?
I get that part.
If you break your hand, there's going to be the pain that's going to be shooting through. And then it's going to adjust, it's going to force you not to go through with your true rhythm. Think about that. If you break a finger, you're not going to use the finger fully. Well, my aide is mad at me. She is mad at me because she's supposed to be doing work and I ain't got her doing work. You know what? I'm going to talk. Carlene. Okay. I'll just have
I just know I'm a different breed. And
no,
like I have broken bones in my hands, and I'm like, I can do this. I can do this. I know I can bounce. I don't understand why you can't bounce a basketball. I'm using a sledgehammer.
Next time you break your hand, I want you to don't even shoot. Just go dribble a basketball. And just sit there and
I promise you I can sit there. I can dribble. I'll be able to dribble with it.
Dribble and walk up the court. If you can jog up the court, turn around and come back jogging a couple of times. And you tell me, and then
you'll be like, coach, I swear to God, if I broke my hand, and I'm like, all right, coach, it's broken.
You said broke. That's the thing. You're saying break.
A hairline crack. A hairline crack is not that bad.
But yes, it is. You can now make it. You can compound the issue. You can make it a lot worse. That's my point.
One game. Just man
but
up.
It's not one game.
Quarter.
We were talking about game 7 to go into the next series. So it's also you have to think about the future, bro. You can't do that. You can't. All right, wait, hold it. But Brunson needs to handle the ball and draw defenders, lost passes, so he needed it, or else he would be a turnover. Yeah, that's the thing. Think about it. Guys would hit it and it would hurt, and they would be able to steal the ball. Healthy Randall Robinson. Brzezinski Knicks makes it to the final easily. Injuries killed the Knicks.
Yes, injuries killed the Knicks. I totally agree with that.
Jumping on the leather to the face with Lou. Everyone hit the like button. Giants, Maximus Jones. All right, Tommy. I feel you have a good one over there, bro. Have a good one. A good leather to the face, man. That's a great one. My man Lou does a good job over there. But hold on one second. Come here.
Oh man, I just think myself, broken hand. I know I can do it. I know I can do it. I mean, I know everybody wants to sit there and say it's a little harder than you think halftime, but as a construction guy, my work's a little bit harder working with a broken hand.
It's different.
I know I can bounce a basketball. I know I can take a shot.
It's different. But here's what's dangerous. Dribbling the ball with an injured hand is not easy. Trust me, I sprained my index finger. It was not easy dribbling. You think about the pain. That's what I'm saying. You do. You think about the pain. What about the swelling after a while? He will. That's true because your body will now send fluids there because you're using it.
Thing. But problem is a mind thing. What I'm getting at.
No, I get what you know. Athletes they have the mindset. But what I'm saying is also your body is going to react. It's not about just the mindset. You can't tell your body that's going to be sending fluids to help with the to help with the area. I mean, that's just a natural process. And then you're talking about a hairline fracture in there. Okay, okay, you'll take everything. All right, she's done. You're talking about a hairline fracture, which is totally different. And then dribbling in the basketball, the movement will now expand it and make it more difficult. So I get you in terms of the mindset, bro. I played with certain body parts that are badly hurt. I mean, when I played in college, I had 2 badly sprained ankles one game that they shot me up. They shot me up to play in the game. And then afterwards, I'm walking around campus on crutches and not being able to move and having guys from time to time help me. So I understand. I do, but bro, I don't agree with you.
I watched a lot. I seen a lot of stuff, man. I'm like, you gonna tell me a hairline crack? You can't do it? I'm telling you can. I'm coach. I'm telling you, I have broke my hand so many times.
These NBA players have 3% body fat versus a construction worker with an experienced body. In other words, you have all that meat.
I guess I'm obese. You know, I told you. Well, they broke the mold when they made me.
Yeah, bro.
You're fragile. Stop being so fragile,
no, I will give you that. So,
fragile.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, know what they are? They're like unbreakable. The goddamn guy, the little comic guy that's glass.
That's fair. That's fair.
Stop it, damn it. Play it.
That's fair. I
Look
get
at football players. How many football players have broken fingers from catching a football but still out there?
Different. Because you can also, the way you tape it. No. The way you tape it. She came back. The way you tape it.
I'm like, that was driving me nuts today.
No. You fine. I'm enjoying this, bro. Stop it. We always knew this was going to be happening. So, but no, with football it's different, man, because you can tape your fingers, you can tape your hand. Look at guys who put on a cast. They put a cast on guys who have broken hands sometimes. So no, you can't do that. I get what you're saying and where you're going in terms of the play, but they need their hands more than anything, especially with the basketball. So,
I mean, you got hockey players that taking pucks to the face. Man,
okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they take it to the face and they can keep going. That's different, bro.
Yeah,
that's the face.
They're going to their freaking their coaches and spitting their teeth right in the hand. And here you go. You know what? I gotta go.
I've had my face scratched and everything.
17 stitches. You know what I mean? Come on. You gotta give it up a little bit. You gotta say, you need to man up a little bit.
Look, I'm not saying they don't need to man up at times, but if you're talking about the hand, then no. Now, if you want to say play with an ankle sprain, you want to tape that up, shoot it up, and keep going, I'm with you with that. But their hand, nah, bro, that's something different. What's the score in the game? Sorry, looking at what you call it. But nah, bro, I can't with that one. Laugh mom, but you're a feast. A beast.
I'm telling you now, it's like I overpush myself, and I will do stuff with broken hands. I have done it multiple times. I have broken both hands where you could barely grab a sledgehammer. Like I make a grown man cry, and I would still do it. Like they're looking at me, how the hell are you doing? I'm like, I don't know. I got broken hands right now.
Look, I get that. Like I said, I played through pain. Just a quick update: Birmingham is down to Michigan 19-13. 150 left in the game in the fourth quarter. They're on their 36-yard line, 1st and 10. So we're going to see if Birmingham can tie this up and or take the lead with the game. So I'll keep you guys updated. So I love my football. You know that. You know that. So, but yeah, no.
I just think they're a little soft.
Basketball is also different. Come on, think about it.
If people think I'm wrong, that's okay.
We know that. That's your unpopular opinion. No.
It's unpopular. It's really unpopular because everybody hates it right now. There's our constructor guy.
Listen.
He can swing a 10-pound sledgehammer and beat concrete up with it. And they're going to put a 2-pound ball, and they can't go whoosh.
No, but here's the thing too. It's like playing in the 90s and that 90s era. I mean, the rules are different. So the level of physicality, yeah. I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. How many times guys come down the lane and you lay the wood and give them a nice form right into the chest? There ain't no flagrant foul. It's a dirty foul, So
dirty foul is not flagrant.
It's dirty, but yeah. So I mean, it's different. Yes, it's good afternoon, Curtis. Man, thanks for tapping in. I get it. I understand where you're going. So, and a lot of these guys today, I'm sorry, yeah, they would not last in the 90s. The way they complain and cry, even LeBron, you a big dude. If you played in the 90s, you couldn't be crying like this. You better get up and go out there and play basketball. That's really all it boils down to. Not many of these guys wouldn't make it in the 90s era, and I know that. So, it's 4th and 7 now. 1:32 on the clock. Okay, let's see what happens. How many timeouts? Oh, they got 3 timeouts still. Okay, so we'll see what happens. Well, if you got 3 timeouts, kick the damn field goal, coach. You're at the 33-yard line. That's a 50-yard field goal.
See, there you go, coach. So yelling at that TV.
Why are you going for it on 4th and 7? That's stupid. Now, the flat was open. The ball hit the ground. Incomplete. Oh, boy. Let me stop. Okay. I think I did that. How effective would you be with said injury? So
you keep on going. You can keep going. I worked with a broken leg.
Look,
I'm not saying I'm running, but I worked with a broken leg. So if you're hurt, there's a thing of a mindset. How hurt are you?
Are you hurt or are you injured? A broken hand is an injury. There's a difference. Now, is your hand badly bruised and you hit it and you jammed a finger? Now, if you're talking about a jammed finger, I'm with you on that. Yeah, it'll hurt. Take that joint up. Let it be stabilize it to your other finger a little bit. That'll help a little bit more. But a fracture or a break, no, I can't do it. I can't. I wouldn't, because that causes.
It's my unpopular opinion. Shout out to unpopular, but it's going to be my unpopular opinion. I think the little fracture on his hand is just him being soft. That's just me. Everybody might disagree with me, but sometimes you got to man up. You got to take it to this was the time that they needed him the most to show up, to win that game. It's game 7.
I get you, but no, not that. And he's too valuable and too important to the future also. I mean, it's also, what's the first quarter? No, I think it was the third quarter that he left the game. and they were so far behind that it wasn't. And they had the energy. You could tell that
They
they
were
were
down
done.
by 15, right? I think.
No, I thought they were down by more than that. No, you might be right. It might have been 15, but it's just like they
I
couldn't
can't
get.
remember, but
Yeah, no, I can't remember either.
hey,
But
it's just it's the construction guy in
I
me.
get it. I get it. There's a football aspect where I understand and I agree to a certain extent. And
And I
it's
can
some
see other
injuries,
people in sports.
a
I don't go with
fractured
baseball
hand,
because baseball's too soft.
a
Yeah.
fractured hand. No, I'm like, no, I can't do it with a fractured hand. No, I don't want them in to hurt themselves. But everything else, nah, they're fine. They're fine with everything else. So I just can't. So let's talk a little bit about this series, Dallas versus Boston.
All
Um,
right.
who do you think are some of the X factors? We know the key players. The key players are Luka, Kyrie, Jalen Brown, and Tatum. We already know that.
I
But who
want
do
to
you
say
think?
the X factors for both teams are going to be
Mhm.
the bench
Okay, the bench on both.
on both.
Okay, because I don't think Dallas has. For me, I'm going to be honest with you. It's going to be is Can Porzingis play and Lively for Dallas. Is Lively going to be able to play, and is he going to give them the same production that he just had? Against against Minnesota. So those are the guys who I think are definitely the X factors in this series. So and if you can get Porzingis in, first of all, I think he's a different big than what Lively had to face with Minnesota, because he just totally made Gobert look mediocre, especially as the defensive player of the year. He just made him look completely mediocre, and like why, because everything, as everyone was saying, why was he the defensive player of the year? Because he really wasn't any good, in that regard. So, but yeah, those are my X factors. Porzingis can play for them, and he can at least be productive. Now, I'm not expecting 20 and 10 from him, but if he can give them, 15 and say 6 to 8 rebounds, 12 to 15, I think that's a great bonus, especially since he's been out for the whole playoff so far. Um, and his play would definitely change the dynamics. He would pull Lively out because he's also a 3-point shooter. So it really would help open up the lane a lot more. And I'm not saying that what you call it, the current center. I forget their current center. I'm not saying he doesn't have the ability to play outside, but he's not a type of guy who can also take you off the dribble. Where Porzingis can take you off the dribble a little bit. He can at least come from the 3 to the free throw line and pull up and hit the J. Especially with his long body, and then also at 7'3" on the defensive end, he can change a lot of shots. So he in Lively, if he continues the way he's been playing, being aggressive, being physical, getting those rebounds, getting the dirty, not the dirty plays, but doing the dirty work. It helps out Kyrie and Luka, especially in the pick and roll. So I'm looking forward to seeing the matchups. How does each team match up going forward? And they scored. Birmingham scored, and what are they doing? They're going for 1. So it's 59 seconds left in the game, too. So they're going for 1. Okay, interesting. Birmingham has been down this whole game, and now they're looking to take their first lead in the game. So, and like I said earlier, this is for first place in their division, and actually for the whole league. So whoever gets this will get the first. Will be the number 1 seed, because I think this is the last weekend of the playoffs. And there's the pass, and they got it in for by 1. So it was a split zone action. So here we go. So
And everybody has to stay healthy on both teams.
yes, no, I agree with you. And that now here's where I say, man up. Porzingis, you've been out. You've been well rested, bro.
Yeah.
You better be able to give it something. There's no more, can he come back in game 2, 3, or 4? No. Get your butt out there game 1. Now, if you can't go, then you sit down for the rest of the playoffs and then move on. But, as a Knicks fan, I kind of expected this with the Celtics, because I know Porzingis. He's injury prone. Now he's injury prone, so
Now I got Boston. If Boston, this is what I'm gonna say about Boston. If Boston does not win the chip, they need to blow that team up.
Agreed.
Because if you can't do it now, the way they've been playing all year, then you'll never get there. You'll never do it.
Well, if they blow it up, who go? Because it's not going to be Jason and Tatum. I mean, you're going to have to choose between Tatum and Brown. Sorry. So who do you build around?
That would be the question. I'd say build around Brown, but they probably were going to go Tatum, right?
More than likely, you're going to see them go with Tatum.
I would say Brown, though.
But what did I say earlier? I said this team should be is being led by Brown, so that's who you should be focused on going forward if you're going to blow this team up. Right now, Brown is making over $300 million. Tatum isn't. So,
right.
Maybe someone else will take him and give him the money. So you've already invested in Brown. And for me, Brown is the better player anyway. So
I would go Brown, but I think they might go Tatum because he's cheaper. I got the Mavericks winning this whole thing. And I got it in 6. A lot of people are going to say 7, but I got it in 6.
I got the Celtics.
I just think Boston. They had like everybody says they had an easy run, and now they got competition.
I get you. I just think it's going to be 7 games, and I think it's going to be Boston. And
if they don't win, I say they should blow it up. I mean, yes, Boston has a good bench and all that, but I get that. But
I agree with you. It's going to be blown up. I think they're going to totally change this whole team, and it might be the coach. It might also be the coach. I think that they might let the coach go.
Really?
Yeah. Because it's all or nothing. It's going to be all or nothing. If
they don't win, you're going to get rid of the coach too?
It's all or nothing. If they're going to blow it up, it's going to be also the coach. So
I wasn't even thinking about the coach. I was just thinking about the players because
it's not just the players. I think it's going to be him too. Because if you're going to get rid of one of the two, next shift, Joe Mazzulla, thank you. You're going to get rid of Mazzulla. I think personally, and things that I've heard from some Celtics people and other people who follow more deeply than I do, that the rumors is that Mazzulla might be the one that's going to go, because they've given him. He's a young coach. I mean, I know he's still developing, but they believe that they're a championship contending team. Now I will say this: if you go to Game 7 and it's a great series, and Dallas hits a last-second shot, I think everyone comes back because that you had the opportunity. And Dallas just hit the last-second shot to win the championship. That's different. But like you said, if it's in 6 games, no, you got to blow that up. And you got to let the coach go, and you also got to get rid of certain players.
Yes, I just think you got. I think that they're going to just blow up. Boston has to blow up that whole team and start fresh again.
Yeah, and that's why I say it's all or nothing. Scooby, if you're still in there, let me know because I know you're a Celtics fan. You can let me know what you think. She will definitely tell me how she feels about it more intently, more purposefully because she really. So, but again, Scooby, if you're in there, let me know what you think about your Celtics. Do you think that if you don't win the championship, if you lose in 6, you blow it all up? But if it's the 7th game and you lose at the last second shot, do you still keep them or run it back? In that situation, I would. But anything else, I would totally totally blow up the team. I'm sorry. Just looking, it was 4th and 4 from Michigan, and there's a flag on the play, and I'm trying to see what's going on. So, but I'll wait. They'll tell me. So, but what about your Sixers? Talk to me about your Sixers. What do you think with your Sixers?
I'm nervous about the Sixers.
Why?
Because I think they're going to bring Tobias back.
I'm glad you brought that up, because you and Mitch were talking about that earlier this morning.
I think they're going to bring him back. I think they're just going to bring everybody back and go for another run with the same guys.
Okay.
With Batum, with Kelly Oubre. I mean, I don't think they're going to make a lot of changes.
Well, let me ask you this, because I know Tobias Harris is a sticking point for many of Sixers fans. What's up, Roger? Crowpa? I hope I said your name right. If I did, I apologize. I'm not good with names until I hear the pronunciation. So, but thank you for tapping in. This is the first time I noticed you. Make sure you like the episodes on Coach Edd Gladney's Amazing World of Sports, Philly Halftime, and the Hardcore Sports Network. Really appreciate it. And subscribe to all the channels if you haven't already done so. Hit the notification and always share on your social media platforms. So I think the coach will stay for the Celtics. Okay, that's fair. But here we go. In terms of Tobias Harris,
right?
What if you guys brought him back and it was like $5 million?
$5 million?
Yeah. $5 million. Say you give him a 3-year, $15 million contract, and say $10 million of that is guaranteed.
That ain't that bad.
And that's the thing. Like
the problem is his defense is so bad that it makes me sick. But then again, like a lot of people defense is horrible. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, I've never thought his defense was that bad. I mean, I've seen moments where he can definitely play good defense. He has good size. He has decent athleticism. So I've seen him where he can hold his own.
He leaves the guy open for a 3 way too much for me. Like I could park an 18-wheeler between them two guys. Like you could have stole the ball. Like, how about you tried to steal the ball? But no, you leave this guy wide open. I could park an 18-wheeler between that guy. I'm like, who's supposed to be covering it? Here comes Tobias so late where the ball's already being shot. Like, I could have parked an 18-wheeler there, buddy. Where are you at? You could have stole it. You might be able to got a stole. You could have knocked it away where somebody else got it.
Just a quick update. Michigan was at the Birmingham 35-yard line, set to kick a 52-yard field goal with 3 seconds left on the clock, and the kicker kicked the ball wide right. So they lost. So Birmingham won, and they're the number 1 seed going forward into the And Roger, it says sauerkraut. Drop the T, put a PA. So Roger Kraup. Okay, yeah. Kraupa. Roger Kraupa. Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate that. So hope I still said it right. There's a kick returner for the other clockman. His name is Tobias. Up in the CFL. Okay. But again, I get where you're going in terms of that.
I mean, that's like he's not, and he don't he hasn't been taken, he's open for the shot and he don't take it. He's like doing Ben Simmons and he passes it. How come you didn't take the shot, dude? You're right there.
And that's where I'm with you Sixers fans who feel that way about him, and because of the money he's getting. He's a role player. And that's why it's like, when Sixers say they don't want him back, and that's why I said to you, so what happens if it's at $5 million? And he knows that
we're thinking $60 million again that we just paid this guy. And we're thinking that money. And if you're going to tell me it's going to be way cheaper and we're only giving them 15 for 3 years and 10's guaranteed, there's a difference.
Exactly. And that's why I say when people make that, oh, we don't want him back, get rid of him, blow him up, I don't ever want to see him back. But it's not like he's a total trash can, or as Stephen A. would say, he's not a scrub. He's still a serviceable player. He's just not. He should not be getting paid $30, $40, $50 million.
Right.
He doesn't produce like that. But if he's getting $5 million a year, come on, man. I mean, that's minimum
when you
wage.
said $5 million, I'm like, wait a minute. All right, I can see this. This is okay for me.
Exactly. So that's why it's like
when you're telling me $60 million, he ain't worth that.
Nope.
I mean, he's not been shooting. He's not playing defense. You know what I mean? It's like, and when I mean defense, he leaves wide open threes. And I'll tell you, well, that was a wide open three. Here you go. Tobias Harris leaving his guy wide open. If he plays tighter, but that's my problem, Coach. I don't know if it's the coaching that is saying leave these guys wide open like that. Like they don't want to play the tighter role. You know what I'm saying? So there's a difference how they're being coached. It could be the coach that's teaching these guys to do it this way.
But hasn't he been through 3 coaching staffs?
Yes, and all 3 of them do the same goddamn thing. It's driving me crazy.
Okay. So
you know what I mean? So it's him.
Okay. That's fair. And as far as my Knicks, okay. Yeah, I know Mitch wants Hartenstein and he wants OG from our squad. He just wants to be the Philly Knicks. That's really he wants. He just wants to be the Philly Knicks. So yeah, I'm talking about trash. I'm talking a little bit of trash. So, but
I do.
But
the only
again,
guy I want for the Sixers is the dude from the Cavaliers, Donovan Mitchell.
Okay.
I'm high on him.
No, you're
this
not.
year it's Donovan Mitchell. I'm high on Donovan Mitchell.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Stop it. Trae Young?
No. Trae Young was last year. Donovan Mitchell is this year.
So you can get Trae Young right now. You wouldn't take him.
Oh, I'd be super pumped.
Okay, then. So you still want him.
You know why? No. You want to know why? Because I got next shift Randy. And I got everybody's busting my balls about Trae Young. And I got Mitch over there talking about Trae Young. And I'm like, got y'all my humpers. Y'all said he wasn't coming to Philly, and here he is.
I got you. Well, like I make a joke with Mitch.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I would love Trae Young. I don't understand why nobody wants to see Trae Young. I think Trae Young and Maxey together. I think Trae Young can help out Maxey.
I'm going to say this.
Even better.
Defensively, you're going to be in trouble because you have 2 guards.
And that's what Mitch says.
6'1", 6'2", and they're light in the butt. So, look at Brunson. Brunson could take both of them down into the post and back them down. So, you're going to get 6'6" guards who are going to be able to shoot over the top of them. Now, their quickness and Young's range, okay, it can help. But you can also you can play your defense a certain way to help that. So, with them, you're going to force your defense to always have to help them and collapse, and it's always going to leave other players open. So it's a catch-22. And I get where you're going.
And that's what Mitch exactly says, Coach, because we'll be small, and you got to have more big guys.
Now, if you were talking about on the back end, you would also have, I guess, Embiid with a 6'10" and a 6'8" front court. I could understand it because you can also get deflections and pokes, in that regard. But I mean, Trae Young, even Donovan Mitchell makes you a small backcourt defensively. Now, Maxey and if you get Donovan Mitchell, you're going to have to give up Maxey. I'm sorry. There's no way you can keep him with Donovan Mitchell.
I don't know. This is my coach. This is my question for you because I don't know if he's worth it. But is Maxey worth $200 million?
The way the market is right now in the NBA and is going, yes, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have to look at the market.
I don't think he's worth that much.
But look at the market. See, that's the thing. You want to look at the market and comparable, like Darius Garland. I think he's hold on. Let me tell you in 1 second.
But if Tobias Harris is getting $60 million,
contract. Well, he's not getting that now. Darius Garland signed a 5-year, $197 million contract. So that's $200 million right there. And I think Maxey is comparable to Garland. You wouldn't say they're both comparable? Garland and Maxey?
Yeah.
It's just Maxey. I mean, Garland is probably it has a little bit more. He has more. I think he's been in probably a year longer, but that's about it. But yeah, if then he's getting $200 million, then Maxey deserves $200 million, and that's what I mean. You want to look at the market. The market.
I didn't look at the market. I'm just thinking.
You're just thinking dollars and cents right now. Is he worth it? And that's the whole thing. Like players look at what everyone else is getting and what is the market. And that's where the average fan, sometimes we don't do that. Where it's like, look at the market. What does the market tell you? And that's going to tell you. Now, do you have the money to pay him that? That's a different story.
Well, we had the money if we got rid of the bias for the $60 million.
And he's a free agent, so you have the money. So,
but like, that's what I was looking at. I'm like, is he worth the $200 million? I mean, because like if you look at the playoffs, you know what I mean? Darius
Garland disappeared too.
Maxey
still produced.
Maxey kind of disappeared.
But he was there in the beginning, and for most of the playoffs, he was there. He really was. You know, it was just really in game 6 he wasn't. He wasn't game 6. He wasn't there. I'll give you that.
But then the coach, see, there's another thing. The coach cost us that game too.
It's a team loss, yes.
Because if Maxey's not playing good, that's fine. But when you have a guy that you just took off the bench and he lights it up and puts you back on top, and in the third quarter, you take him out and said, sit down. You put a guy that was on fire, and you took a fire extinguisher. That's what you did. You took a fire extinguisher, put him out, and set him on the bench. You're good. And you should have kept him going. This is the best time you needed that guy to shine. He's shining, and you set him on the bench. And I blame the coach on that. You watched it. Am I wrong?
No, I watched it, and I understand some of where you're going. I don't agree with everything completely, but there are some coaching issues, that were done. But I could say the same thing about Tibbs. You know, I mean, it's like with Alec Burks. We didn't play Alex Burks up until we lost players, and dude comes in and is damn near averaging 20 points a game.
Right.
Well, so why wasn't he in there earlier, which could have helped offset a lot more? Maybe we don't lose a guy. I mean, well, it's unfortunate. I can't say that. But you know, it could change the whole dynamics. You know, so again, it happens. You know, guys, you know, coaches don't play guys, and then they play them out of desperation, and next thing you know, the guys are producing. You know, was doing that. He came in, and it was just like, damn, you know, he's out there playing his butt off. Where was he this whole series? So I'm with you. So, but you know, it goes across the board. It
goes both ways, and it's just
coaches, players, all working together. That's where a lot of coaches, like, I've never been of the mindset of, you lessen your unit and go with these guys in the playoffs. No, play everyone. If that's what got you there, you continue to play that.
Yeah.
Now, during crunch time, do you want to rely on your key players a little bit more? Yes, I'm with that.
But if one guy is shining and he's on fire, or however you want to say, like if he's played only a couple of minutes and he got 20 points, put that dude on the bench. You're like, I don't know what you're doing right now, but you're the answer.
No,
so
exactly.
I gotta ride. I'm riding on you right now. I gotta put it all on you right now because you're stepping up to the plate.
You need the Rangers to win tonight. Come on, fellas. So, but talking about the Knicks a little bit, going into next year, they got to bring Hartenstein back. OG is almost a guarantee. And I understand. I've heard, is he worth $40 million? Well, I mean, with his injuries and so on and so forth. But for the Knicks, when he was there, when Julius was there, he needs to be there. It helps his team. I'm with bringing pretty much everyone back. OG, yes, Hartenstein, if you can afford him. Bogdanovich, you're going to pick up his contract. Yeah, I know, Randy. I think so too. I just want the Rangers to win. I mean, come on, it's New York.
No, I got the Rangers. The Rangers.
I hope you're right, bro.
I got the Rangers on I said this. I got the Rangers going to the Stanley Cup. And once again, if the Rangers don't win, they need to blow that team up. Because
why would you blow that team up?
They're not going to make it. This is where the Rangers should already they shouldn't even had problems with the Panthers as much as they do. I thought they should have outplayed the Panthers. And I get the Panthers has a full team. You know what I mean? They're not hurt, and they're not. I mean, even their guys that are on the bench, you know what I mean? They can freaking play. They ain't no scrubs. Panthers are not scrubs. I thought the Rangers were way better than the Panthers. But I mean, that's me.
Okay. And Randy says, no, the Rangers are young minus a few players. Panthers, Oilers,
I think the Rangers will go to the Stanley Cup, but they're going to lose.
Okay. I mean, if they're a young team, again, I'm not that deep into
They are a young team. They are a young team. Randy's right on that. They are a young team. But you can't keep on bringing people back. First of all, you can't. It's not going to happen that you keep everybody back. I get they're a young team, but you're not going to keep everybody to come back. It doesn't work that way. They're going to have to lose players next season.
Okay. So them you losing players, they're going to lose a lot of the young players that they have, or
they're going to lose. They might lose one young player, but mostly they might lose some of their top-notch players.
Okay.
I think the Rangers might lose their goalie.
Oh wow!
You know what I mean? But and if you think that if the Rangers go to the Stanley Cup this year, if you think they're going to go back to the Stanley Cup next year, well, they're not. It's not going to happen. It's too hard. It's not going to happen. They won't go back.
Okay. All right. You need to explain this. They only have a top 4D and the Panthers have a top 6. What does that mean?
He's saying the Panthers defense is just way better than the Rangers. They got a grade on their defense.
So top 4 is less than a top 6?
Yeah. It goes
Oh,
from, but, and what he's saying is they got to be better. The Panthers have a better defense. But yeah, so, but you're not going to keep everybody. It's like it doesn't matter what sport you are in. The next year, you're not keeping the same athletes. You're not going to keep your same guys. You're not going to salary cap. People are going to want more money. There is always going to be a change. Rangers are going to lose a lot of players. I think they're going to lose their goalie. I think they want to lose their goalie, as I heard. You know?
Okay. So they want to lose, but isn't the goalie like in football the most important position?
Yes. And then you got your defense that is right behind them. Because everybody has to, hey, get the puck out of the way. You know what I mean? You know, keep it out of your zone. So
Capo is the Rangers player they have to worry about losing. Other than that, Alex Winberg, it was a rental, and Jack Roslovic.
Yes, he was a rental.
Will probably be brought back on cheap. Okay.
Well, if he can get back on cheap, Randy, then that's a good guy to get back on there. But I don't see that happen. I don't think he's going to be back there on the cheap. I think somebody's going to overpay for him. People overpay for players.
That's
if the Rangers go to the Stanley Cup, people are going to start overpaying. Their goalie. The Rangers don't want their goalie. Guess what? He's going to get overpaid, and he'll be on a different team. Because that's what they're going to do. People over every team. It doesn't matter what sport it is. They overpay the players. Hold on. You just went to a Stanley Cup. Give us your insight on how the fuck they did it. You guys did it. You know what I mean? Trying to get some insight on how the Rangers held their shit going on.
And you have to overpay to get him away from other interested teams.
Yeah. You definitely have to overpay you're going to overpay for players. It doesn't matter if it's basketball, football, hockey. It don't matter. You're going to overpay.
That part I'm with you. Yeah, that you're definitely going to overpay. You know, and that's always been the narrative, whether it's the quarterback or the hero, the goalie, the pitchers.
The same bunch of group. And the problem is, if the Rangers don't make it this year, that's why I said they're going to blow it up. Because what happens is you can take some of those top-notch players and you can maybe you have to make a better team. Maybe you need better defense. Maybe you need better something. But a player is going to give you a better player. And that's what you're going to have to do. You have to take a player to get a player.
Okay. Hold on a second. Sorry.
Just like in any other sport. You know how it goes, coach. Like in basketball.
Yeah, no, that part I get. That part I get.
You're not just going to I'm not going to give you a great player for a freaking bag of dog shit. I mean, but people are blinded by that. They're like, oh, nothing's going to happen to that team. They're not going back to the Stanley Cup if they don't win it. That's a fact. That one won't happen. It doesn't happen in sports like that. But I got the Rangers going to the Stanley Cup.
Well, I hope they do, man. I really hope they do. So, but we were just talking a little bit about the basketball, and I was talking about the Knicks. For the Knicks, we have to basically, like I said, Hartenstein and OG definitely have to be back. It's imperative. OG more than Hartenstein, but they're the two number ones because it also will change the dynamics, and then also with the 2 draft picks that the Knicks have, so they might be able to make some moves. So
Coach, let me
it'll
ask you
be
a
in.
question. From
Mm-hmm.
outside looking in, you're looking in the 76ers.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is going to happen? My thing is, I think that the Sixers are going to just bring everybody back. Tobias, they're just going to try to run it back. Because I don't think nobody's going to want Tobias. I don't think nobody's going to want Batum. I don't think nobody's going to want Kyle Lowry. I don't think anybody's going to want Paul Reed. I think it's just going to be the same shit, different story.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Embiid's going to be pissed. I think Embiid's going to probably want to demand a trade after he finds out that he's not getting Jimmy Butler, and you know what I mean?
I do think the Sixers are going to try and go after ways of improving their roster, of course, instead of just bringing everyone back per se. I could see Batum coming back. To be honest with you, I don't see.
I
I
thought he
know
was.
I joke.
I think he should, retire. But
If he wants to play, I think he's going to be back. I don't see Harris coming back. I think he's going to try and leave because.
Where is he going to go?
One, I think someone said something about Detroit. Is one option. Go there, rebuild your career, and take it forward. That's the thing with him. In Philly, he's been beat up, man. Let's be real. He's been beat up.
Yeah.
I don't think that he's going to want to come back and deal with that, because even if he's getting $5 million or whatever, it's not what he's getting right now. The Philly fans, the moment he doesn't do something right, they're going to be on top of him. They're just going to cut him to pieces. So you know what? Go to Detroit. That he's not going to have to deal with the pressure like we talked about. And he could just go out there and play. And who knows? Maybe he could resurrect his career and then get put onto a championship contending organization, and then he can go try and get his ring. So, but I would say it's probably 35%, maybe 40% that he's back with Philly. I'll give you that, and I just can't see him coming back unless now if Philly offers him the most money, then yeah, he's going to be back. Or if the money is even across the board throughout the whole league, then I can see him coming back. Because he's already been there, he knows the system. Then that's a different story. Unless he just really doesn't want to deal with the stress and the drama not drama, the stress and the criticism that he's going to be getting from the Philly fans, because Philly fans are tough.
Well, because we're a blue collar team and we want our guys to friggin', hey, play. You know what I mean?
It's funny because he's from Long Island, New York. He comes from a blue collar area, so that's what I don't get. It's like the kid knows it, so
he just got to do it.
Your wife says you guys are still alive. So
she just got back. She's like, you guys are still alive.
Yeah. So I mean, as far as I went over Bogdanovich will be back because you need his contract if you're going to trade him. OG. Burks is gone. I think Burks is definitely gone. In terms of next year, he'll pick up somewhere else, and he's shown that he's still a serviceable player in the league. So he'll pick up somewhere.
Want him. Huh? Mitch is gonna want him. He wants everybody with the Knicks.
He can have him. Like I said, he wants to be the Philly Knicks. Okay, So wait, what did she say? I've been outside filling a kiddie pool.
Yes, you're not getting. Listen, she wants a big pool, and I'm not giving it to her. She wants $1 million swimming pool, dude.
Wow, $1 million! I never knew $1 million.
Listen, like if you would to buy the pool that she wants, it's going to cost you $1 million.
Well, can't you make it yourself?
I can make it myself. It's still going to cost freaking half of it.
Why would it cost half of that?
Because all the stuff you need to fucking do the job.
Again, I'm not in construction.
It ain't that cheap.
I don't know, bro. Like I said, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. So,
like all the gunite, the steel, the plaster, the fucking equipment to run the pool, and then she'll go, "Hey, yo, the electric's high."
See, you talking stuff I don't know. I'm like I said, I don't know. I mean, when you said $1 million pool, the only thing I can think of is that you got waterfalls and you got exotic stuff all around.
And that's what she wants. She wants a cave. She wants a cave.
Oh, okay. I understand now.
Inside this cave, she wants a spa that's inside of a cave.
I get you now. I understand what you're saying.
Oh, then she wants a slide to go down into the deep end because I don't know why. Like she's gonna slide on the damn thing.
Man, I haven't been swimming in so many years. I know if I did that now, that probably would help me a little bit. But it might make me a skinny guy. Won't let me be a fat, sexy guy. So.
Yep. That's what I mean. I'm the fat guy that can do the job. I just don't want to.
Nah, I got you. I understand. I definitely understand where you're coming from. So, hey, happy wife, happy life. You know the saying.
I hear you. I tell her, keep on dreaming.
Hey, $1 in a dream.
You know what I do? I hold up my hand as I give me the money. Where you get this money at? Just do it. Shut up.
No, I feel you, bro. I feel you. $1 million pool, that sounds like a lot of work and a lot of investment.
It's too much an investment. But when you have money, you can do that kind of shit.
True. That's so true.
Listen, I got $1 million pool. Just check this out. You spend $20 million on a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put $1 million pool in the backyard, and all the landscaping and all probably going to cost you another $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
That just made your property go up so much.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you say I got $1 million swimming pool, and you show this huge monstrosity of a fucking pool, you're like, oh my God, look at what this thing does. Look at all the features and all this. I can use my cell phone to turn my swimming pool on. I can call my phone. I use my phone to call it and turn the heater on. I call my phone and I tell the pool to turn on.
Well, that $1 million pool is going to cost you a whole lot more too, because don't forget the water alone.
Exactly.
And then the chemicals to keep it in a clean manner.
Yep.
And then the pool guy. I mean, unless I mean, how big is this or how long is this going to be? Because is this an Olympic style pool? I don't even know. You know what? Forget it.
It's gonna be big.
I don't even know.
Bigger go home, coach. He has
so
much shit going on there. It's bigger go home.
I can't. That's a lot. I'm with you on that one.
$1 million. Ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
See where you're living right now?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Take two of your neighbors, one on one side and one on the other.
Mm-hmm.
That's how, and look at your backyard, because that's where the pool would sit.
Yeah, no, that's a long and big pool. No, I got it.
I'll put it where you're like, wait a minute, I gotta buy 3 houses, tear it all down for one house, and look at this backyard. Yeah.
Porzingis practice today. Okay, so we'll see what next week's when he comes. So, before I forget, I'm gonna tell you guys we're gonna start having people come on the show, and we're gonna invite them in. We're gonna do a little Q&A. Have fun and have them be part of it. Next week we already have our first guest already booked, and our first guest, who we are honored to have be a part of this, is none other than our brother Next Shift Randy. So he'll be on next week with us, and doing the same thing and bringing his flavor to the show. And we'll be asking him some nice questions. Just a little Q&A just to help
We're gonna
everyone
go
get
old
familiar.
school stuff. We're gonna ask him
Yes,
some sports questions.
exactly. So, but we're going to now expand the show and start bringing on and inviting others into the show, and expand the adjustment show of the show. So, something that we've both been wanting to do. Hey, we were sitting there talking about it earlier today, and we both said we're both thinking about the same people, the same thing, right at the same time. So
it was so weird. It was so weird. It was in the morning time, and I'm getting ready for the morning wake up. As I'm in the morning wake up, I'm also thinking about the adjustments. And I'm like, all right, so we should get other people involved now, because everybody's starting to come on the chat, and it's been going really good lately. So I'm thinking this, I'm like, maybe that'll, we start bringing people on. I'm thinking names, and my first one was Randy. And I'm like, I got to get my boy Randy in here, because when the football comes, me and him will be doing a Monday show on the Eagles. Can't wait for that one to start up. And I started running off names. I'm like, and as I'm thinking this, coach is texting me the same stuff. I'm like, this is crazy.
Yo, look.
No, you're not first. Nick, you're not first.
Hey, what do you say? What did you say with Inside the Mind? I want to be interviewed last. I want to.
You want to be interviewed last?
Yep, that's what you said. So I was like, okay, well, Mitch is not going to want to go first. So I'm just like, all right, well, he'll get in here. So we know Mitch. So, but it's nothing but love. Mitch, you're going to get on the show. Trust me. Everyone is going to be getting on. So, and you guys all have been phenomenal. In terms of helping the show grow, and we appreciate you. So. But yeah, that's the thing.
Get some people in the chat on too. You know what I mean?
It's going to be coming. Trust me. All that is in the works. It's in the build up. So
it's just with me and coach this morning was just talking about. Even the chat is going to be involved.
Exactly. So, what is this? Oh, they're showing the games between us and the Celtics. So it got me for a second. I thought they're playing the game already. I thought it was Thursday. All right. So, but yeah, no, that's the thing that we're doing, because, we want to bring you a great show, and we think we are doing it, and you guys have been great. We talked about the different movies. I mean, that section, you guys were really bringing it and throwing it at us. So, and really contributing. So I really like that and appreciate that.
I didn't think that was going to go a whole hour on that one, but that was going good.
I didn't know. Look, we had to cut it, man. I mean, look, we're at 3.5 hours already.
I loved it.
We're at 3.5 hours already, and you guys are still rocking with us. We got 55 people in here.
55 people watching. In the chat. This is awesome.
So, I mean, you think about that. Thanks a lot, Mitch. We really appreciate that. He just said we'll be on Spotify, and that's the one thing I have been remiss about. The Hardcore Network is on Spotify, so you can always pull this up, and you want to watch it again on YouTube, or you want to listen to it, you can pull it up on Spotify. So, just pull up the Hardcore Sports Network, and there you go. So, but again, like I said, 55 people in the chat, man. I mean, and we all are still rocking with us, man. I mean, it's amazing. This is our 4th episode,
and we're lighting it up, man. This is awesome that we got 55 people in the chat.
And again, I appreciate each and every last one of you guys. You guys are amazing. Words can't express this, man. I mean, and I'm very thankful that you guys are here supporting us and, contributing, and we're building a family type of environment. And I like that. Yep. And that's the thing that I've been wanting to do. So, and I keep telling you guys are important. You got ideas. Hey, throw us ideas on shows, topics that you want us to talk about.
We're two old guys. You want us to talk about? You want to go old school? and have something to talk about. You want to talk about lawn darts? You want to talk about anything?
Hey, you know
old
what?
school or whatever, or
Look,
how old school used to play and how new school now plays. We'll do whatever you guys come up with. It will be good.
look, man. Do you know darts is probably one of the most difficult sports for me to compete in and play, because it just seems like I'm sitting. I think I had things lined up. Got the technique and everything, and no matter what, it either goes left or right, and I'm like, and I make the adjustment. I'm like, okay, well, last time it went this way, so let me adjust a little bit more. And it goes too far the other way. It's like, damn it, I can't get this thing to just to be exact or right where, and it's not even right on the bullseye. Nope. It's just being a little bit more either on the numbers, close to the circle. I mean, it's like this. How is this that hard?
I was talking about the lawn darts. Remember back in the day where you go outside and you got 2 rings outside and you got these big metal darts. You throw it up in the air and you try to land it. How many times, Coach, did somebody get hit with them hompers?
True. But that's the thing. We there's to play darts, you need a beer. I like that thought. I love that thought, Roger. Give me a nice beer. Give me
a beer in the hand and I play darts. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hey, I'm disabled, but I think I can still do that. So, and put a beer in the other hand. Okay, sure.
I gotta get better when I start drinking. Just don't stand in the way.
I'm not even gonna talk about a can. Nope. I'm gonna drink kegs. Or pitchers. I'd like pitchers up to kegs. I remember in college they bought a keg for me and just left me with the keg. Like they bought a couple.
I remember when we used to go bowling.
Mm-hmm.
Pitchers by pitchers by pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
And like bowling just got fucking even funnier because you start getting drunk. Dude, you just sucked.
Damien, I am not messing with no damn archery. Forget that.
No.
Not me. It'll be my luck. I'll shoot myself in the foot. It'll be my luck that I had that. It'll be like, you're like, how the hell did you shoot yourself if you pulling the bow back and you're aiming it down, that straight down? I don't know.
My brother actually shot. Like, there's my house, and then there's a house behind us, and the guy was cutting his grass, and my brother's over there shooting on a big styrofoam friggin' thing, learning how to do it, and he shot that dude in the leg with it.
All right, Roger. Okay.
He shot him in the leg. And then try to run away. I'm like, where the fuck you gonna go?
Yeah, really. The only shooting you will ever see me do is at a range with a gun or a pistol or rifle or something like that. Yeah, I'll do that. But nah, I can't. Shoot a bow? No, I'm not gonna do that. Sorry, I can't. I almost shot someone in the butt before at
a summer camp.
Yo, man, y'all are crazy. You almost shot him in the butt. Yo, oh my gosh, man. That's crazy, man. No, but let me see. I never almost shot anybody.
I got shot by BB guns.
Yeah, I've shot people with BB in the butts with BB.
But you know those copperheads
in
the BBs where you had to take pliers and get them out. Man, it hurt. The worst thing ever happened to me though is you want to say you got shot? I got shot with rock salt.
Okay, rock salt. Yeah, Butterfly. I remember the Archies, Jughead and Archie and all of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that. So
yeah, I got shot with rock salt before. I fucking tore my jacket up.
How do you get shot with rock salt?
Yeah. I used to walk behind this guy's field.
Mm-hmm.
And he hate when people walk by there because they used to break his cantaloupe and watermelon. Well, I was walking there. I would just walk and cut through it. I wouldn't destroy his shit. And I'm like, man, there was this truck there. And I'm like, all right, just walking. Nobody's in it. I'm out. Man, that dude popped out of that freaking back of that truck. And I was far away from him. But he hit me, man. I got shot. And I came home. My dad went like this. I said, he went, what happened to your jacket? I'm like, I had to climb a freaking, what you call it? My dad goes, come here, boy. Started patting me on my back. And I'm like, I got peppered. And I'm like, yo, what are you doing? He goes, I know what that is, boy. I've been shot with that too.
Wow. Now I've never been shot with that. So wow.
Rock salt burns.
Yeah, I can imagine that, man. I mean, getting shot with that, it's piercing the flesh is going to,
It just peppers you. The pepper. So when you decide you guys want to walk behind somebody's field and it's got, don't wait for somebody because they don't want you to fuck with their shit.
Look, I'm sorry. When you said watermelon and cantaloupe, yeah, he would have been shooting at me because my fat ass would have been back there lighting up the.
Well, that's what the problem was. That's what they normally do. They were stealing all that stuff. You know what I mean? So they would steal all that stuff. So he was like, "You ain't doing it no more." I'll get you
the hell I wouldn't. The hell I wouldn't. You can shoot my ass as long as I'm getting this damn watermelon and this cantaloupe. Shoot my ass. My fat ass will take it and run too. And I'll be back for more. Look, I was a glutton for pain back in the days. I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, some of the craziest shit that I've ever done. I mean, I'll tell you now. I never walked through in that guy's field no more.
I learned my lesson. I walked around that field. I ain't lying.
Well,
that was a long walk too.
Yeah, 1946, It's a Wonderful Life. Yeah, you taking it back, Butterfly. You really taking it back now. So I'm with you there. So, but wow, man.
We've been going for almost 4 hours. This is great. 56 people in.
All right, so hey, we haven't touched any football. So we got OTAs now. It has been hitting. And so many different things. Wait a minute. I have to do this because I also went after him a little bit. Darren Waller with his new video or his new song. If you haven't seen it, it's I guess when I sat and I really listened to the lyrics and I read the lyrics, I get it. I had said he was straight up. I said, yo, he's pussy whipped. Because that's. But when you think about it, he's in love, and he knows he messed up, and he lost a good woman, and that's what he's doing. And I was wrong with that because I thought about it. It's like back in the days where we call our girl and we get her answer machine, and we're like, "Baby, please, I'm sorry, baby, I'm sorry." And what does she do? She then takes it and she shares it with all her girlfriends, and they're laughing and whatever. All he did is he just went into the public spectrum, and he really showed his emotions. And Butterfly, why you go there, baby? Why you go there? I love the old 1960 Japanese Godzilla movies, Gamera. I mean, now you talking for me. Yeah. It's not the ones from today. It's that one. I've been trying to find the whole version of Godzilla versus King Kong because I want to see that. I was just watching what is it? War of the Gargantuans. Most people don't know about that one. I mean, yeah, I love the old Japanese monster movies. I just do. Sorry. I'm addicted. I was always addicted. It was either that or the Kung Fu flicks, the Saturday Kung Fu flicks. That was me. And, right afterwards to go outside with my friends.
I used to watch that too. I would sit there right with them, watch the Kung Fu.
See, it was you try to mimic the talking and whatever. But then but then afterwards you go outside and you start doing the flying kicks or whatever with your friends and
No.
what? And you
They're like, yo, take this kick from me.
Yeah. So
I want bam. Like, wait, don't be doing that.
Said Darren Waller apology video was better than Diddy. All I can say is when I was looking at it and I thought about it, I was wrong for coming at it the way I did. Yeah, so I was wrong because you know what? The man's in love. Now look, maybe he has his issues, he messed up, and they're headed for divorce. But to go in the public spectrum, what's up, Alex, man? Thanks for tapping in, bro. Appreciate you.
It's good out.
But to go into the public spectrum and to go out there and put your emotion and your heart on the line like that in front of the public, yo, seriously, man. I may not like the song, and I'm not saying I like the song, but I respect that. You know what? You're admitting you did something wrong, and you, in a sense, you may be trying to see if you can get your girl back. I ain't mad at that, man. So I mean, but I just want to say I was wrong for coming at him the way I did. So, and I'm going to continue on all these platforms to say I was wrong. I don't care if people don't like it or make fun.
Uh-oh. Coach has frozen. Uh-oh. Come on, Coach. Unfreeze. Coach is unfroze.
I know.
There he is.
I was frozen.
So, yeah, you froze.
I lost, but see, again, I was there. I lost the love of my life. And there's things that I regret that I wish I could make amends to her. But unfortunately, she's no longer with us, so I can't. At least this man is trying. So, I at least respect that part. So, hopefully things will work out. Hopefully he gets his life together and he'll keep it going. Svengoolie has been the premier horror show icon of Chicago since the late 1970s. Okay. But getting back to football and the OTAs that's going on now. So as we start to transition, get into the summer mode, and then towards the end, you get back into the football aspect.
Can't wait.
That's what I wanted to ask you. You can't wait. You're excited about your Philly Beagles?
I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Like,
you didn't catch it.
What'd you say?
I said you're excited about your Philly Beagles.
Oh, Beagles!
My brother hates when I do that. He hates it. No, but I'm sorry. But seriously, about your Eagles, you're excited about what's going on?
I'm excited because we got an offensive line. There's questions. What's the center going to be like? Because Kelsey's not there. But there's what's Barkley going to be like behind this offensive line? I'm not too impressed of him and Jalen Hurts squatting 600 pounds. I'm not like, let's get to football mode. You know what I mean? I know a lot. It's impressive that they can do it, but let's go to football. Come on, you're not squatting 600 pounds while you're playing football.
No, I mean,
but it's impressive that they can do it, and both of them are going at each other and trying to as competition, and I like that part. But there's. What is Kelly Moore going to be? There's question marks that I have. Vic Fangio. This bend but don't break defense. I hate it, Coach. I really hate it. It drives me up the wall. Why are you leaving somebody open 10 damn yards? It don't make no sense. I can't figure it out. So that's what Vic Fangio, he's the one that came up with this kind of scheme. Right? So let's see what he can do with this team. I say get rid of the bend but don't break defense. You ain't got the guy that came up with the scheme. So let's see what happens. And he just got let go from Miami. Just like, we don't need you. You can go. Because he was having problems with their defensive players. because they don't like the bend but don't break defense. There's
Well,
question marks.
I will say this about their defensive scheme because I do understand it fully. I know that I've dissected.
That's why I brought it up.
There are certain parts that are good in certain situations. I get that, but there should be a mixture, of man versus, with the zone concept. Now, how much percentage, it's also contingent upon your skill set. Like you guys talk about Bradbury. Bradbury is better in zone than he is in man to man. He definitely is, and I know that as a Giants fan because he was with us, and when he was with what's called system who went to the Raiders, it was more of a zone concept, and that's where he lit it up, because now he's able to sit, eye quarterback, read, and react as opposed to pressing up on a man or strictly playing with a man, backpedaling, turning your hips, turning your back to the quarterback, and running with a man. He's also not the fastest guy, so he can get out leverage in that regard. So I get it. I get what Fangio is trying to do with the too high, the shell look. He doesn't roll his coverages as much, but he'll try and throw some cover 6 in there, give you different looks in that regard, different angles in terms of who plays what aspects of the defense. So I've studied it. I know his defense, and there's parts that I do like, but there's other parts that, I agree with you. You need to do a little bit something different as opposed to rolling the same thing. Now, when you roll your coverages, for me, that forces your quarterback to take a little bit longer time to read what's going on. He may see one thing and say, oh, they're playing cover 2 pre-snap. But now once the ball is snapped, you may be rolling to cover 3. You may be rolling to cover 6. You may be running and going to cover 0. Now it's going to force the quarterback just to hold the ball to say, okay, wait a minute, they're changing. Now I need to go here. I need to go there. This is what I need to do. And this is how I need to attack it. So that's where I think you should always mix it. I'm an aggressive coach. I love cover 0. I really do. But I'm always a 2 shell coach. I start at a cover 2 look and I roll my coverages because I want the quarterback. And even if they know I'm going to roll my coverage or they think I'm going to roll my coverage, it forces them to hold the football a little bit longer, and that allows your front line to get pressure on the quarterback. And that's why
trying to make them guess more.
Exactly. It's the chess. See, football is like chess for me.
That's what I said.
So here's your move. I'm going to counter it. I'm going to force you. Now I'm also going to think you're going to do this. So if you're doing this, you're going to end up doing A, B, C, D later on. I want you to do that. I'm trying to set you up to do something like that, because it's kind of like a Venus flytrap.
Yes, you're trying to set them up to make one certain move so you can pick it off.
Exactly.
That guy's wide open either way.
Exactly. So it's the game. I love the game inside the game, and then I love to make the adjustments off of what you do. All right, you got me with this. This is what I'm going to do the next time. You're not going to be expecting this. So you can sit and watch 10 games film of what I've done, but there's always going to be something else in my bag that I'm going to pull out that you're not going to be ready for. And my guys are going to be ready for it because we're going to be preparing for it. So, but as far as my Giants, I get it. I'm not going with the big enigma that everyone talks about. That starts the war within Giants fandom. The quarterback play. It is what it is. You either love him or you don't. I'm first and foremost, anyone knows me knows I will say the same thing. I love players. I can appreciate players, but I'm a fan of the team. So whatever players with the team, then I'm a fan of them. When you're not with us, you know what? I'll see you at the 50, shake your hands before the game. Once the game starts, I'll punch you in the face. And then after the game, we can go get our liquor. And if we want to chase the women, we'll go chase the women, whatever you want to do at that point in time. But when the game is played, you're, like you said, you're my enemy. I ain't got no love for you. I'm trying to beat you. I don't care if it's my little brother, and that's the competitor in me. But as far as the Giants, everything is going to, for the most part, is contingent. Everything is contingent upon the offensive line. And for me, with football, it's always like that. You have a good offensive line where you can have sustained drives. That allows your defense to get rest. That allows your offense to get into a rhythm. That allows your offense to be confident. That allows you to do so many different things, whether it's running the football, passing the football. It helps your special teams. So it does so much more when you have a good, strong offensive line. That's why your Eagles, one of the reasons why you guys have been so good, because your offensive line doesn't force your defense to always be out on the field.
Right.
And that's what you want. You want to have a good defense, but if your defense is out there on a 10-play drive, guess what? I always say 9 times out of 10, they're going to score something, minimum a field goal, but most likely it's going to be a touchdown. So, and with the Giants, it's going to start with Evan Neal for me. Evan Neal, I've been big on him. I believe in him. I see his talent, but he just got to get it together. It's year 3.
I love what you guys did on your offensive line. I love what you guys did. You guys went and showed. You guys went in the draft and actually went and got help on the line. You went and got players. You got went and got a rookie wide receiver, which I've watched him a little bit. He's a pretty good, talented wide receiver. He can make some one-handed catches, and nobody's giving him enough props because they're mad about Daniel Jones, and I get that, but you got to stop doing that.
He's our quarterback. He's the quarterback. And in football, in sports business, the money tells you what's going to happen. Plain and simple. That's the reality. They paid the man $40-some-odd million. I get that, their fans wanted to draft a quarterback, but it didn't. The percentages said to me it really wasn't going to happen unless there was some major trade that, they had to do. Now, can they get out from under his contract after next season? Yes. And there'll be some savings. No, it's not. So, you have to look at that. And if you need a quarterback next year, we'll see what happens. Everyone talks about, it's not a quarterback rich, draft next year. Well, you don't know who's going to improve their game. No one talked about Jaden Daniels before this year. No one talked about him being the number 2 draft pick. No one talked about him winning the Heisman Trophy. So you can't say you don't know what's going to happen next year with the quarterbacks until it plays out. Some kids may develop, and you know what? They may become good quarterbacks. They may be right. It may be a poor quarterback draft. We'll see. So right now with the Giants, with Neighbors, he's a dynamic wide receiver. I know people want to try and say, he reminds them of Odell Beckham Jr. I get it. Same size, same college, speed. I think he's a little bit better of a route runner coming out of college than Odell was. But he could take
faster than Odell.
They're about the same. No, he's about 4.3, and Odell was like 4.4. So 4.39, I think he was. So
they're about the same.
Yeah, they're about the same. So it's just, he could take a slant, and if you don't tackle him, he could take it to the house. So, but with the Giants, it's going to be about the offensive line more than anything, and that's the reality. This team, I feel, is being built to be more of a passing team, which is why they did not focus on Saquon. They want to use the run game to keep defenses honest, but it's not going to be the bell cow type of offense. Like if you had a Saquon, you can understand giving the ball 20, 25 times, maybe one game give him 30 times if he's really feasting like that. Daves and Kafka want to pass a little bit more. So, when you have Neighbors now who's going to force defenses into certain ways of playing him, you got Robinson, you got Hyatt, you got Slayton. You brought in the veteran Allen Robinson. Allen Robinson. So you have the tight end Theo Johnson from Penn State. We don't know what's going to happen with Waller. We really don't. He could say I want to play, and he's on the roster unless they decide to cut him. So, we're going to see.
Good too. So
yeah, no, right now Bellinger was good. before Waller came in, but Waller it stagnated what he was able to do during the season until he was done. So I'm going to see where it goes from there. But my thing is the defense. We have a new DC from Tennessee. I do like some of the things that he's done. He plays different. He plays different games. Defensively, he'll change his coverage post snap. He does stunts with the front line. That's something that Wink never did.
Yep.
Wink did not do stunts. He was just exotic with his blitzes, get it, but he didn't do line slants, have a linebacker smash down off of the backside off of it, things like that. It's interesting, and I'm intrigued to sit and watch how he goes, and hopefully we have the talent to fit his system and go from there. So it's going to be interesting with the Giants this year, and there's a lot of fans who are not happy, and there's some who are, dare I say, wanting the team to blow up so you can get rid of Dable and Kafka and Daniel Jones and get rid of players that are on this team. And for what, I'm just like, So
I will say this. I will say this about the Giants. People that don't like Daniel Jones.
Mm-hmm.
If you play with a team and you have a team and you don't have to put it all on Daniel Jones, you can do a lot. You don't have to put everything on Daniel Jones. Stop going Daniel Jones, Daniel Jones, and Daniel Jones, and Daniel Jones. If you put it together, come on, Nick Foles won the Eagles a Super Bowl. Nick Foles can't stay healthy for a whole year, but Daniel Jones, I'm not saying can win you a Super Bowl, but if he gets into the playoffs, all these Giant fans that hate Daniel Jones are going to change their voice.
No, they're not. They're not.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think if they get into the second round of the playoffs with Daniel Jones?
No.
They hate him that much?
Yeah, it's Super Bowl or bust. He can make. There's fans that have said he can make the conference. They said he can make the conference finals, and they don't care. They want him gone.
You gotta be kidding me!
No, I'm dead ass with that.
Do you know how hard it is to be
exactly
a Super Bowl or bust?
Exactly. Exactly. This is why
I don't see that. That's crazy.
This is why there were some Giants fans. I'm like, now there are some who, they're just tired of Daniel Jones. I don't have a problem with that. I respect that. You know what? They're tired. They just want to move on. They're tired of the injuries. I get that part. That I get. And I don't want anybody to think that, I'm saying that, Daniel Jones needs to say, and they're delusional or anything like that. I respect their opinion those opinions. The ones who are they just hate him. At least come out and say that. Look, I just hate the man. I don't want to see him on my team, period. I don't care what he does.
If you're done with him, then I get you're done.
I get with that. There are some Giants fans that, they said that they're going to other fans. They're going to other teams to root for because they don't like Daniel Jones that much. All right. You know what? Then, for me, you're not a fan of the team, number one. So if you want to leave the fan base, okay. You want to leave the team, then that's fine. You have that right. See you later. I don't go that far. I just can't. I stay with my team through the good and the bad. That's just.
Listen, I had the good, the bad, and the ugly over here in Eagles land.
Exactly. Look, I've seen the Giants in the tail end of the 70s. Yes, I was a Steelers fan as a young kid because of my dad until he took me to see the Giants Steelers play. And then I saw, okay, Jersey has a football team. Then I became a Giants fan. But I've seen the Giants. I've seen the misery and the bad play from the organization, and the transformation, and yes, we got LT, which, and Carl Banks and Phil Simms and Joe Morris and all those guys, and it slowly changed. But that's the point, because it took some time for it to change over. So, and that's where I think some fans are, a little bit too hard on, but I get it. You have 10 years of for the most part. I think 2 years of making the playoff, everything else has been bad play. And you want your team to do well. And I'm not saying I don't want my team to do well, but I've also been on the field. I know what it takes to build up a program.
Yep.
I can be patient.
If he's in the playoffs and he wins playoff game, he's in the second round. You got to keep him.
I will say this: it depends on the talent that's around him and how they're doing. If you're telling me Neighbors is,
so if you had 13 wins.
Oh, if you had 13 wins, then you can't. I'm going to be honest with you. If you're playing that well, you got to keep him. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to lie to you, especially with the schedule that we have to play. You get 13 wins out of our schedule. That means we're 13-4.
Yeah,
that means we're 13-4. I'm with you there. First and foremost, that probably means we're in first place in our division.
Close, yeah, in that area. I think you're going to be. This is what I do think. I think you're going to be ahead of the Dallas Cowboys. All right, so I think you're going to be second or maybe third, depending on Washington. But I think it's then you and Washington is going to be really close. I think Dallas is going to be dead last. Especially if Dak keeps on having the problems he's having.
Okay.
Because it's a money thing with Dallas right now. And now Dak's like, oh, I am not crying about money. Yes, you are. Stop it. You don't play this sport. You're not playing this sport right now to get hit by these grown men. And I'm like, hey, I don't want this much money. I'll turn it down.
We all know that is not true. We know that dude will take the money, but take
the money and run.
But we also know he wants to be paid what the market is. And if you're a starting caliber quarterback and everyone is getting $50 million, you're going to want $50 million. That's just a reality. I get it. Now is he that elite? I don't know. I don't think he is.
I don't see it, but the market says he's worth it.
Exactly.
Well, Coach, I gotta go get ready for the Phillies.
No problem, bro. It's been a pleasure as always. I love this. You know that. We've been on for 4 hours, so yeah.
4 hours. But I appreciate everybody. The 53 in the chat is just outstanding. But I gotta get ready for the Phillies game.
No problem. Listen, guys, make sure
I gotta get ready for the Phillies game.
Make sure everyone also taps into his game with the Phillies. Make sure hit him up with the likes. It'll be appreciated. I appreciate everyone for being here. It's been so many in the chat I can't go through, like I normally do. So, but to all of you, I really love and appreciate you and thank you. And I look forward to bringing you some. We look forward to bringing you some more great content next week. Make sure if you want, go ahead onto Spotify, listen to the show again, or right here on YouTube if you want to watch it again. But again, we want to thank you all for tapping in. What else you got going this week too? Halftime.
I got the Phillies game tonight, and that's at 7. I think it's at 7:30. And then I got tomorrow will be the Phillies game, and then I'm gonna be gaming with Junior, watch him kick my ass a little bit. He loves beating me in video games. He's like, "You suck, Dad."
Hey, yeah, okay,
let him slap old man around a little bit.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Well, me myself, I got Heart of the City on Tuesday night and the Pick and Roll podcast, and then of course next Saturday another episode, and then maybe I'll do something during the week. Not sure right now, but that's pretty much it. So, but again, thank you all for tuning in. Really appreciate you all, and I hope to see you all again. And like I always say in closing, make sure you turn it on and turn it up. Peace.